I went into the creation of this video in order to better understand the life of MamaMax, the struggles he had faced, the obstacles, his mental well-being. However, the deeper I delved into the rabbit hole, the darker the caverns of his content and past relationships had become. With that being said, this is in fact the darkest timeline and history deep dive I have ever seen. And in writing this out, I felt truly disturbed by the contents. The video you are about to watch will talk about topics that many listeners and viewers may wish to avoid. Each time card will present a disclaimer before moving forward. This is a real story. These are real people and real victims. So please, do not harass anyone mentioned in the video. Viewer discretion is advised. The perceived life of MamaMax, the story weaved to his audience, is a lie. Now comes a moment of clarity, his moment of truth. From stalking to abusing, all the way to taking on a mythological cult, Max preyed on the kindness and naivety of others to fuel his ego. As a filmmaker, Max claims to empower the children he swears to protect. However, in his life and career, Max had victimized the innocent in his self-destructive ways, using his audience as an instrument of abuse. He has harassed those surrounding him, building friendships only to use these creators as shields and swords in his war within himself. However, today, we are going to be bringing the narcissism and manipulation tactics inside him out into the open. Welcome to the dark and twisted reality of MamaMax.
You don't know my history. You have no idea who the fuck you're messing with.
I can suck my own dick.
What? Well, what do you want? Because they can't show evidence.
Basically can get his audience to kill people, or at least say that they're going to kill people on his behalf.
I could literally cancel you, and I choose not to. Times do I have to tell you? You can show evidence.
You're no different than anybody else. You don't give a rat's ass, and you can suck my dick.
You're a vigilante for views only.
He doesn't even know if he had any arrest under his belt.
It's like, do you like hurting other people? And I'm like, yeah, I do, actually.
The fully formed adults who disagree with me can say what they want. They are pedophiles.
Am I being fucking punked? Is there a camera somewhere in the room?
On the 23rd of January 1996, Max had been born in Wiley, Texas. Max grew up into a dysfunctional family with his parents fighting from time to time. Max felt neglected, especially when his troubles hadn't just been at home, but when going to elementary school. When the objective for children had been to learn, Max had grown to disdain the teachers who had talked down to him, and his fellow students who had picked on him and relentlessly bullied him. On some occasions while at home, the fighting wasn't just limited to squabbles between his parents, as Max would playfully annoy his older brother, who has Asperger's syndrome, to the point where he would knock him over and begin beating him on the back relentlessly, until Max's older sister came in to stop the fighting. This had been the catalyst into Max being diagnosed with scoliosis. In 2010, Max had given birth to a channel on YouTube which would consist of YouTube poop videos, called YouTube Hell, where he had been taking other kids' videos and stitching them together for a comedic effect, to which other creators would note the difficulty in critiquing his content because Max had been super aware of himself. Max's life growing up had been an abusive one. However, things for him had begun to turn around when moving up to high school, where he had met many friends, with those being Claire, Will, Dustin, Brianna, and others in sophomore year. In September 2011, Max had been featured in a video called Traffic by William, where the kids would talk about the longest time they have had to wait to get out of school due to the crowds that would gather when it was time to go home.
The longest I've had to wait to get out of the parking lot is 30 seconds.
In January 2012, Max had also been a part of the sketch on his friend's channel, Sour Patch Kids, Will.
What would you do for Sour Patch Kids?
I'll go army crawl to that trash can and back.
Through these videos, we gain a unique insight into his life in high school that all seemed to be good times. However, over the years, Max would then see that other students had been getting girlfriends and boyfriends, and this was something that he utmost desired for himself. Unfortunately, the girls he approached didn't like him in that way, which made him believe that he was of lesser value than others, which led him to get counsel from his female friends at the time. Max had texted Claire if she thought he was attractive, and in a form of banter, she would tell him that he was just about average and not her type. In another conversation with Brianna, where she tells him that only stupid people only focus on looks and it's what's inside that matters, his personality is all that matters. Max then asks if she likes his personality, and she had gone out to say that he was the funniest and sweetest guy that she knows, and he was her best friend, which for some reason gave Max the idea to ask if she would go out with him, when she had just said that he was her best friend, and she had told him that he wasn't her type. However, in 2012, Max would meet someone new, Haley. The two over a course period of time would become good friends, and they would become closer as the years went on in school. Max would talk to Haley, telling her of his struggles with his family, and this revelation had brought them even closer together, becoming close friends. While at high school, Max attended the Professional Audio Media Development Club, which would help him in gathering the skills to one day become a future filmmaker. At this time, Max had gone to work with Haley at the B&B Theaters in Wiley, Texas, working there for 9 months before leaving in 2013. At this time, Max had begun to develop feelings towards Haley. However, when approached by the feeling of an emotional connection, Haley did not reciprocate them, and they had remained as friends. Unknown to Haley, Max had been writing in a journal about her, and about her current boyfriend Dustin, which began Max's descent into his obsession with Haley. With the end of school drawing near, Haley had asked Max if he had asked anyone out for the prom. With rejection lingering in the air, Max hadn't found anyone to accept that kind of proposal. Haley at this time had told Max that he should ask her friend Reagan out, as she thought he was cute. Sometime later, Max would do just that, striding forward into Reagan's class, where he confidently asked her out to the prom, and she had accepted.
Are you nervous?
No.
At all?
No. Excuse me! Is that Reagan? Reagan!
Max had told Haley about his plans after high school, which was to become a firefighter. But this was code for something else. But when Haley asked what that meant, Max turned to her and laughed, which wasn't concerning behavior at the time, but would soon become concerning later in 2014, where things seemed to be going well for everyone at their prom night. It would be one to remember with the music and time spent with friends. However, like most, all good things must come to an end. Upon graduation, Max would receive a 3.6 GPA, which had been very good as it corresponds to a B+ letter grading, which could land him into an acceptable college, ready to begin the next step of his journey into filmmaking. Except that's not quite what happened, as Max was far more interested in making YouTube videos than securing his future. After graduating in 2014, Max and Haley continued their communications through texts and phone calls, and eventually Haley mentions her sister's birthday had been coming up. However, when the day had come, Max had turned up to Haley's father's house, where she sees he has invited himself, which began to concern Haley. However, when her father asked why Max had been present to a family event, out of empathy for Max, Haley lies for him and says she had invited him, having no desire to make Max anxious and upset. Sometime later, Max had turned up at the movie theater Haley still worked at to see her under the guise of returning his work uniform while still wearing them, despite not working at the theater since 2013. While his co-workers laughed it off as a joke, he asked to be put on the same cleaning schedule as Haley, which made her feel uncomfortable, and she avoided him for the remainder of the day. After leaving work and returning home, Haley had communicated with Max over the phone of her concerns, and Max had told her that he wouldn't do it again. Within the mid-portion of summer, Haley had obtained her driver's license. Completely overjoyed, she would announce the news to all of her friends. Among the several congratulations, Max said to her in a cheeky fashion that she can give him a ride sometime. Haley jokingly chimed back that they could go for a drive sometime. Max would take it upon himself to meet Haley unexpectedly after work to go for that drive with her. Seeing no harm with this, Haley would take Max to Lavon Lake near the lodges overlooking the lake. Max at this time again alluded to his career path of becoming a firefighter. Haley, who had been curious about what this meant, asked him to unpack the meaning behind becoming a firefighter, to which Max laughed again and gave her his journal that he had been curating since 2012. After dropping Max off and returning home, Haley had gone to her room and began to flick through the pages, reading Max's words. Scanning through the pages, it seemed that all had been normal, with a list of raps and verses being present. That firefighter had been a code for becoming a rapper. But once the raps ended, the concern grew with Max's entries talking about her, of how he had been looking forward to spending more time with her. But not just her, but her current boyfriend, Dustin, detailing ways to get him out of the picture for good, in a graphic and downright disturbing description that forced Haley to close the book with a sickly feeling dwelling within her, throwing the book away in pure disgust. Haley had then called her friend and told her everything from turning up at her workplace all the way to what she had just read. Her friend recommended a cease in communication, and they both agreed that was to be the best course of action. Come September, Haley began her studies into college, all the while Max continued to text her like nothing had happened, without even thinking of the implications of revealing his disturbed fantasies on how to get rid of her boyfriend, so that they could finally be together. From time to time, Haley, out of some misplaced empathy, had sent him a text back, but these would not be as frequent as before, limiting them to 3 texts a week, hoping to distance from Max and thinking he would lose interest. However, this had in fact done the opposite and pushed him into a depression, which wasn't Haley's fault that he developed a mental illness, as when you leave school and go on to work in the industry or further education, many people lose contact and begin new friendships and relationships. However, Max did not want to make new friends. He wanted Haley, no one else. With the texts becoming less frequent, Max had decided to go one step further and visit Haley at her dorm, somehow finding out where it is and visiting her in the night. Haley became shocked at his presence and asks how he had found her, as she never gave him her location, let alone the dorm room. Max laughs the questions off, failing to give an adequate explanation. Haley then asks Max to leave the campus, and he does so. Max continued to text Haley throughout the first month of her college year, with him becoming more depressed and mentally ill as time went on. However, over the course of this month, Haley and Dustin had broken up. Heartbroken by these events, Haley, out of an emotional outburst, decides to text Max back for some support, being against her better judgment. Max would give her some verbal support in this trying time, but would slowly try to turn the conversation towards them reconnecting, when Haley had been looking for a friend, not a boyfriend. Max's mental health continued to deteriorate without seeking help clinically or medically. He had come to the conclusion that he wanted to die, not without meaning though. He wanted to die for a cause. In his crippling loneliness and depressed state, he applied to join the military. Moving towards October, Max had begun his basic training in Oklahoma, continuing his communication with Haley. However, Haley had met someone during this time, someone she had known throughout her life. Over the times they had seen each other and communicated, Haley had brought the abuse of communication up to Anthony, to which he recommended that she cut him out of her life and cease communication completely. However, this made Haley feel bad, as Max had been a good friend in high school, and out of empathy for his struggles with his family, she wanted to find a way to get through to him that his behavior was unacceptable, or to find a way to let him down to ease this transition in their lives. Near the end of October, Max had called Haley to tell her that he was back in Texas, presumably before heading to Arizona to do more of his physical training. He asked her if she would like to meet up and go to see his sister, who had lived 10 minutes away from the college campus. Haley at this point wanted to patch things up and bury the hatchet with Max, as she has seen him at his best in high school and wanted that person back in her life. And with the addition of his sister being there, she knew she wouldn't be alone in the meeting, so this made her feel more comfortable. So she accepted the request to see her, a decision she would soon regret. At 8 AM, Max arrived at the campus to pick Haley up. Afterwards, he drove away from the area, moving down past Corinth and towards a Comfort Inn and Suites near Lake Louisville, in between Lake Dallas and Corinth. Haley had been led by the hand to a hotel room, where she soon saw a bed and began to put the pieces together. At this moment, she came to a distressing conclusion. Tears began to form in her eyes as she asks if he would be angry if she leaves. Max laughs at the request and tells her that they are just here to hang out and to catch up. However, if that were really the case, then why would he drive her to a secluded area and take her to a hotel room with one bed? Clearly, Max had one thing on his mind, and Haley wanted no part of it. She goes for the door to leave when she sees Max standing in front of her, becoming an obstacle in her way. As she tries to push past him, he grabs a hold of her, stopping her in her tracks. Taking her back to the bed, where he tries to stop her from escaping. Haley had tried to fight back against him, slapping and pushing against him, until she could not fight any longer. Thinking of ways to escape, she asks to be taken to the store to get some tampons, as this was her time of the month. Max tells her no, as he knew what she was up to. However, this was not a ploy to fool him, as she was in fact on her period, so she was forced to use toilet paper to stop the bleeding. Haley even went so far as to tell Max that she had plans with another guy, to which Max denied and said she was trying to fool him so she can leave. As nightfall came, Haley was forced to sleep beside her captor in a double bed. As night became early morning, Max began to play out his fantasy by rubbing his fingers along her back as she slept. And just as he had been reaching down, moving his hand into her shorts, she quickly turned around and asked him what he was doing. He swiftly replied with a grin from ear to ear that he was just watching her sleep. Haley then tries one more time to appeal to his empathetic side, telling him of her class in the morning, that it begins at 10 AM. Max agrees that he will take her back to the campus in the morning. Haley had been forced to stay in that hotel room for 25 hours before being let out. This is one of the traits of a malignant narcissist, the mistreatment of others. After dropping Haley off, Max had returned to the base and continued basic training like nothing even happened, believing that Haley was now his girlfriend, which made him feel whole. Unfortunately, this was a result of his depression creating a delusion around himself in order to protect himself. Haley wasn't his girlfriend, and now Haley didn't want to even be his friend now. With everything leading up to this moment since high school, Max had effectively pushed Haley away from him. After this, Haley had begun to work in a new workplace known as Cowboy Chicken. One night in December, as she was cleaning up the restaurant and locking the doors, she spotted Max's car in the parking lot. This had frightened her to the point she immediately called Anthony for help. and he soon came down to the restaurant and told Max to leave them alone, which infuriated him, to where he calls Anthony out for stealing her from him, talking as if Haley was his possession. After the confrontation, Max continues to text Haley over the Christmas season, asking her why he chose Anthony over him, when it was pretty obvious. But remember, Max is within a delusion at this point, so anything he doesn't want to hear isn't gonna get through to him. Haley at this time wouldn't respond. However, when Max texted again that he was at her campus, she had replied telling him that she wasn't there. Between Christmas and New Year's, Max had texted her again, telling her that he had been in the military all this time, doing basic training. Haley replies to him that he should focus on that and not on her. Max would not respond to this. In March 2015, Max had begun texting Haley again with vague messages such as, "Be safe, don't believe what they say." Max had also texted Anthony similar messages, such as, "Keep her safe, you don't realize what you have." With no response from either Haley or Anthony, Max had begun to spiral out of control in his mental health, where he proceeds to record a video of himself cutting his wrists. He then posted the video on Anthony's Facebook wall and tagged several of Haley's friends in it, with the caption on the post, "Thanks, Anthony." At this time, Anthony had woken up at 5 AM to this troubling video. Upon review, Anthony was disgusted by the contents. Anthony had called the emergency services to do a well-being check on Max, and then called the police, as he believed this had gone too far out of control. The police had sent officers to go and see Anthony and Haley in order to find out what has motivated this event to occur, along with sending police officers with the ambulance to Max's location. With the police report completed, the pair were advised to communicate one last time to tell him to stop texting, calling, and to leave them alone. The police had told them to save anything he sends and to keep a personal record of it. After being informed of the situation, the military saw no choice but to expel him from the base camp and to send him home, as not only was he severely depressed and had tried to kill himself, but he had been stalking someone, which are three things that will most certainly get you kicked out for both moral and legal ethics. Max throughout this year had found his way into Haley's life, from going to her grandmother's house and leaving a note that said, "Sorry for being a bad boy," to finding out where she had lived in 4 different apartments, forcing her to break her lease early every single time. Haley had had enough of this and decided to go to the Corinth Police Department to report him again. During the summer, Max had sent a letter to Haley that consisted of 8 pages telling Haley about his experiences in the military, of how it was a big mistake to enlist, and how he most certainly regretted this decision. He continued to confess his love for her and wishing that they could be together. Haley had been disgusted by the letter and burned it, wanting nothing to do with it. Haley and Anthony had then told their friends and workplaces about him and his stalking behavior, giving their employers pictures of him so they can better recognize him and turn him away if he was to arrive. Max made it his mission to make Haley's life hell with his obsession and the delusion of them being together looping back through his mind. However, Max would soon find someone and something to take his attention away from Haley and Anthony, as he truly began to manipulate on a wider scale within his YouTube channel.
Who are you?
I'm Max.
In 2016, one of Max's channels, YouTube Hell, had been taken down for violating the community guidelines, prompting him to make a new one, which is called Ban Evading. However, the older channel would eventually be brought back up by YouTube, But Max would continue uploading on his current channel, Birthing MamaMax. The name had derived from Filthy Frank, in which people had called him Papa Max, and he thought, well, why not call me MamaMax, as it has a certain ring to it. Max at this time had begun to re-evaluate his content. Instead of making YouTube poop videos on individuals which at the time had strangely consisted of critiquing children content creators, he would instead create motivational content in the series Life Sucks, which had been the first instance of his manipulation tactics taking place in his content. As in the making of this video, I have watched every single one of Max's uploads that are currently available, and in every single Life Sucks video, he is always the victim but also the solution, which manipulates the viewer into believing the false narrative that he was always alone in an abusive and brutal world. But despite all of that, he was humble enough to provide others with life advice, whether it had been a message that could potentially harm the viewer, or a brighter one that was more wholesome, except for one at least, being his upload in 2016, his 2016 Q&A video that was very creepy and dark, where he talks about Haley but not specifically stating her name, but in a caption that flashes on the screen for a split second so we know that he's talking about her.
And then I met her. And I loved her. And then she started to ignore me. Then she started to fear me. Then she started to hate me. Then she dropped all contact with me and called the cops on me. Depression. Suicide. Failure. And here we are.
On the 25th of June, Max had uploaded Life Sucks Jobs, where in the video Max complains that he can't find a job, or at least one that is suitable enough for him, despite later saying that he had worked in a gas station. However, he would send out a good message telling people that you can't just wait around in life waiting for something to happen to you, that you need to go out and grab life by the balls and go and do something with your life, something that he preaches but doesn't practice. But just when you thought that was a pretty nice video message, he then tells the viewer that his father has been being a dick to him. With the context of having police officers coming to his door because of what Max had been doing to both Haley and Anthony, then we could perhaps see that Max's father being a dick to him was actually Max's father giving him an old school stern approach of discipline.
Thank you guys so much once again for watching my video. It really means a lot to me. I love you dudes so fucking much. Please let me know if you liked this series, and I'll keep making more. Or if you hated it, I'll stop right now. The house is almost finished with the hail damage. Although my dad is being a real asshole, I might have to fight him one of these days and record it. I think that'd be nice for you. Although I might go to jail, but who cares? He's a dick. Anyways, that's all I really wanted to say today.
On the 2nd of July, Max makes a new video, Life Sucks Friends. In this entry, Max talks about his crippling loneliness in having no friends, which is a link to Haley when she had distanced from him after reading the contents of his journal. The main theme for this video had been abandonment issues. At the end of the video, Max goes a bit further into detail about how he feels about his dad, that his father is abusing his mother, and he really wants to punch him in the mouth, all with a smile, which is another sign of getting satisfaction from mistreating others, a trait that he would have gotten from his father if this is all to be perceived to be truth.
As a sane man, I can clearly see that without friends, the world would be nothing short of an empty playground. And you know what? That is my definition for a friend.
Hello, and thank you for watching the video. Please tell me what you liked and what you hated, and I will do everything in my power to make myself better. And maybe one day I'll be okay. I love you guys so much. My dad is still pissing me off. I really hope I can just punch him in the mouth someday. He's really being an asshole to my mom, and I don't like it when people are being assholes to my mom. Anyways, Yeah, I still read every comment, so please comment and I'll read it. And I just want to say y'all are like the bestest friends I've ever had. So thank you for being my bestest friends. Yeah, that's all I gotta say. Love you guys.
It was around this time that Max had met Lucy on Twitter, or by her username Twigs. The two had met when Lucy had been nearing the age of 18, with just a couple more months to go before the big day. However, Lucy had told Max that she had already been 18, but strangely enough, Max goes on to falsify his own age, stating that he had been 18 too when he was in fact 20, which had possibly been due to his loneliness and depression that he went on to do this, desperately trying to find a girlfriend. He had also messaged her that he wants to cream pie her. At this time, Lucy had been considered to be a minor, which is stated under Texas law as someone under the age of 18 is considered to be a minor. However, the age of consent had been 16. On the 16th of July 2016, Max uploads Life Sucks Terrorism, where Max talks about the subject in a very positive way, in an attempt to drive more positivity into the world, rather than negativity. However, like the previous one, this comes with another message at the end, with it highlighting that his mother had been scammed by what many would call cowboy workers, as the individual had taken the money without doing the work, which had consisted of fixing a fence in their yard and fixing the shower unit in their bathroom. On the 23rd of July 2016, Max uploads Life Sucks Money. In the video, Max talks about his disdain for corporations and successful business owners as being greedy and corrupt. Max then talks about how women would be hookers in a world that rewards smart people.
The smart get richer and the dumbasses get poorer. Because if that was the case, then people like Kim Kardashian, Paris Hilton, and Anita Sarkeesian would be sucking dick on a street corner. There's always a way to improve, especially something that's this flawed and hundreds of years old. I'm not proposing anything yet, it's just something to think about for now. Fuck everyone over, no matter how much it devolves those that I do it to, or those that are witnessing how much money I'll make off of doing this. It's like the fake bomb pranks on YouTube. One guy probably thought to himself, wow, this will get a lot of views and make a lot of money. It's probably gonna have a negative effect on mankind and make a few people lose their faith in humanity. But who fucking cares? I'm gonna make money off of it. Just gotta make sure it's fake.
As Max would later find out, the world may be a bit slow in its turn, but it does reward people who are smart in the same way. It rewards others with similar attributes. Another message is presented at the end of the video, with it being a manipulation onto the viewers, telling them that his father is getting ready to leave his family, asking those who watch him to support him on Patreon so he can support his family. However, if this was to be true, then wouldn't he be looking for a more stable income, such as looking for a job within a company rather than relying on ad revenue and donations and Patreons?
My family is having a little bit of trouble because my dad is getting ready to leave and do some stupid ass things, and he's gonna basically leave us here with no source of income. And my mom is basically relying on me because my older brother has Asperger's, so he can't get a job. And my younger sister is only 16, so she can't really get a job. And my mom is almost at the age of retirement, so everything is basically falling on me to make the money. So I'm not saying I want money or anything. I'm just my mom needs it to pay for the house, and I'm hoping I can make some for her, you know, and plus I want to treat her nicely, so maybe someday. Anyways, yeah, that's all I really gotta say today. Thank you guys so much. Love you guys. I probably say that too much. I say it all the time, but I seriously do love you guys. I know other YouTubers say that all the time. Some of them don't even mean it. Some of them try to be like, oh, I'm the actual one who loves you guys. They don't fucking. I don't see them talking to their subscribers like their friends. Y'all are my friends for real, and I really do love you guys. So.
On the 13th of August 2016, Max uploads Life Sucks Mosquitoes, where he talks about his hatred for the insect, wishing for a genocide to come and swipe them away, so he can enjoy the summer season. He talks about looking for some meaning behind what would happen if the insect had disappeared, with the first source he cites explaining the natural benefit of having mosquitoes around, but he dismisses it because it came from a website that doesn't look like a professional scientific design, but claims that the other source is much better because it looks more in line with a website that is dedicated to scientific education, despite both looking pretty generic. He calls the website more credible because it backs up what he is saying. This is important as it highlights what Max sees is credible because it has a flashier design, which isn't always the case. The ending message for this video comes in the form of Max announcing that he now has a girlfriend, his first girlfriend. However, the last words about Lucy, he talks about her like she is just another one of his possessions.
By the way, y'all probably already know this because by the time you watch this, this would have happened like 2 or 3 weeks ago. But right now, as I'm recording this, I got my first girlfriend yesterday. My first girlfriend ever. She's beautiful, she's amazing. I'm sorry for being gay. She's a faggot, she sucks, and I hate her. But no, you'll probably know her. Her name is Twigs. But yeah. She's the best. Anyways, and that brings me back to y'all, cause y'all are the best too. I love y'all so much. But yeah, I have a girlfriend. She's my girlfriend. She's mine. She's mine. She's mine. She's mine. Anyways.
Max at this time had offered to fly Lucy out to Texas from Australia. However, Max would wait until she had been 18 before suggesting it again. All the while, Max had allegedly been sending sexual photos of himself to Lucy and receiving sexual photos over Snapchat, which again is against the law to be sending or receiving these type of photos with anyone under the age of 18, regardless of how long it is before they turn 18. On the 18th of August 2016, Max had appeared in one of Elvis the Alien's videos where he would gain a shout out from him in The Lizard in a Woman's Skin, which had been a Leafy style video except it wasn't really up to the standard of Leafy, with Elvis attempting some satirical humor at the expense of Marina Joyce. Max in the video had done some cross-dressing in a pink dress for some reason, I guess. On the 20th of August 2016, Max had uploaded Life Sucks Loneliness, where he proceeds to talk about his experience in high school of how he was alone and that no one even cared enough to be his friend, which is another false narrative. As Max had a lot of friends growing up in high school, this is to garner sympathy at the expense of his viewers, and to perhaps hook the viewer with relatability. He subtly talks about his experience with Haley, where he would text his friends and wait for hours until they had replied. He continues on to say that people would get frustrated with him when he asks why they can't hang out, and that he was dead to them, which was entirely his own fault, as through Max's fixation and obsession of Haley, he had effectively pushed his circle of friends away. However, despite the false narrative of Max always being the victim, there had been a wholesome message at the end of the video.
I promise you that there are actual living, breathing human beings out there who want to get to know you and talk to you and hug you and cuddle with you and kiss you and share their lives with you. You seriously are more deserving of it than you could possibly know. All I did was make a random-ass YouTube video about Leafy for no other reason than the fact that I was bored, and I'm not bullshitting you here. I have to keep myself from crying during my live streams just because I can see how beautiful it is to see the amount of friends I have talking to me and keeping me completely safe from loneliness. It really is momentous to me that you guys have happened in my life, and I promise you that it will happen for you as long as you start doing something about it. And I know some of you will ask, well, what should I do? And just like me, you're going to have to figure that out for yourself, because everyone's life and scenarios and personalities and everything is fucking different. I can't tailor-make an entire guidebook for every individual that watches this video. All I can tell you is to just do something. And trust me, at first it may yield no results, but you'll get better. And then at some point, your best will finally be good enough. You'll see.
Moving into the third day of September, Max had uploaded Life Sucks Anxiety. He talks about the anxiety he felt when asking a girl to prom, which could be true, but at this point, who knows, as I think we have already established that Max is a pretty unreliable narrator. But let's give him the benefit of the doubt, as he could have still felt anxious, despite how confident he had been in the moment. He also says, why can't he have a normal brain, a normal body, a normal face? Which is troubling as those attributes develop over time, and with the examples he shows, it shows he has a very narrow mind view of what a normal body looks like, and what a normal brain looks like, and what a normal face looks like. Two of which comes in the form of determination, hard work, discipline, and dedication to a routine, with one being the pursuit of knowledge and education, and the other being the pursuit of fitness and personal hygiene. He then goes ahead with being scared of social interaction, which again could be true to a certain extent prior to high school, but in sophomore year, Max had made some friends that thought he had been funny and sweet, two qualities they had cherished. However, social anxiety fades over time once the person gets used to others being around. However, Max says he turned to the internet for help with getting people to like him, which shows that maybe Max had been trying to attract the attention of the wrong types of people. When he would talk on one piece of advice, being smile more, with him explaining that every time he did this, people thought he was stalking them, which is very jarring considering what he had done to Haley and Anthony. The next piece of advice was something that caught me off guard. The power of touch says a lot more than words ever do, as it links back to the hotel room. Another moment was when Max claims that people had accused him of,
if I wasn't scared for my life of being accused for rape every time a fiber of my skin comes in contact with someone else, I'd be more than happy to hold hands or brush shoulders or playfully kick a friend.
Which shows the victimhood that Max clings to within the script. The following day, Max had collaborated with another creator known as Sinor, with a podcast series called A Quiet Place for Friends, where the two of them would discuss various topics with some special appearances from other notable YouTubers over the course of 5 episodes. However, in the first episode, Max stays mostly quiet on the topic of depression. On the 10th of September, Max had uploaded Life Sucks, the YouTube Algorithm, which features a notable friend of Max's, Elvis the Alien. In the video, Max notes Elvis to be a hard-working individual with the utmost creativity for his projects, but victimizes Elvis, stating that the algorithm pushes his content all the way to the bottom of the barrel, with him getting the mere minimum of views rather than what he truly deserves. To which the video hasn't aged well, considering Elvis had been caught plagiarizing other people's videos recently. He goes into the victimhood more with the argument that the platform is a waste disposal system of reaction content, which at the time, reaction content had been popularized, and these days reaction content can be bottled down to staring at a webcam, in the shorts section of YouTube that is. So I can see where he is coming from with those arguments, but the arguments used here is that reaction content bad, our content good, when the creator shouldn't be saying YouTube algorithm but YouTube audience, as a majority of your subscribers watch your content as you put it out. Then based off of that, the algorithm will recommend it to more people. He later goes on to talk about his father in this video being very much present within the household, which further debunks what he previously said about his father leaving them. On the 11th of September, Max participated in the next episode of A Quiet Place for Friends, with the topic being presented as loneliness and the guest star being Elvis the Alien. 6 days later, Max uploads the next addition to the Life Sucks series, with that being Drugs, which had been more of a PSA sketch, with another YouTuber being present for the narration, reading off of the script Max had written for them, with Suppost being the narrator. Despite the dark tone of the video and the failure to recognize the difficulty in beating an addiction to a drug, the video actually had a good message behind it. However, the good message of the video is soon overshadowed by Max ruining it with another rant about his father being one of the worst humans alive, but then retracts that statement as an exaggeration. He would then go on to say that people who are addicted to drugs and don't want to get off of them are a waste of humanity, but then quickly retracts that statement, but instead of playing it off as a joke, he just says it was rude. On the 25th of September, Max had appeared briefly in I'm Alex's video, Bad Bandwagon Harambe Memes, talking about the memes spreading across the internet. On the 26th of September, Max uploads Life Sucks Ignoramus, with those he deems to be ignoramuses are people who are toxically stupid, which is ironic considering a false accusation he would later make. Max would give an explanation as to what he would mean by ignoramus. He means those who lie and deceive themselves infinitely in order to believe that they are right when they are actually wrong, which is exactly what he would do to Anthony later down the line. Max would then go on to putting his own brain on a pedestal, quite literally, over those he deems to be inferior-minded, with his intelligence reigning supreme. This just shows a lack of empathy for those around him. The takeaway here is that Max cannot handle criticism and responds poorly to those who comment on his videos. On the 2nd of October, Max had appeared on another episode of A Quiet Place for Friends, where the topic had been bullying, where Max had shed light on being bullied in school. He would also talk about the psychological torment he had suffered after high school, but doesn't go into further detail. On the 7th of October, Max makes a new video in the Life Sucks series called Homework, which had been a good all-rounded video with nothing of concern here. On the 18th of October, Max returned to the podcast with Sinor to talk on the topic of backstabbing. In this video, he talks about Haley early on in the video, where he says that he joined the army because of her, when it actually had been because he wanted to die for a cause.
And I just wanted to die for a cause.
But the last time it was really huge was way back when I joined the army. I had this girl I liked, and you'll find this with a lot of soldiers who go to the army with girlfriends. You will find that, and I didn't necessarily have a girlfriend, it's just a girl that I liked. I joined the army because of her.
I just wanted to die for a cause.
I joined the army because of her.
I just wanted to die for a cause.
She proceeded to ignore me, and every letter I sent was unanswered, even though she told me to send her letters. Which I couldn't care less about now because I have Lulu, I have Twigs, but back then it was horrible. What a horrible time! Like, Jesus.
Which in itself had been a symptom of his crippling depression. Max then plays the victim, hiding the fact that he had harassed and stalked her. He would go on to say that Haley spurred him on to sending letters to her, but every time he did, she ignored the letters, which had been a lie, or perhaps his delusion speaking for him, as Anthony even told him to leave Haley alone. He would later say that everyone in the army at one time had become suicidal because of all of their partners leaving them, which is unlikely, and is a huge coincidence to add relevance to his own story. When Max addresses the message, however, he does bring on a good moral message to the table in not being violent towards others or doing something harmful to themselves, as it's not worth it. However, this could also be seen to be a part of a manipulation he does in most of his motivational videos, with him sending out the message that he is someone who has had all these terrible and horrible things happen to him, and yet he is still such a nice and good-hearted individual, trying to better humanity with his advice. This is all a manipulation tactic to get the viewer to trust him. On the 24th of October, Lucy had turned 18, and Max had revealed to her that he was in fact 20, not 18. Despite him lying about his age, Lucy continued to talk and date him overseas. 4 days later, Max had uploaded Life Sucks Bullies. Max talks about the reason he left the theater he worked at with Haley because the manager, quote-unquote, scornfully and violently scolded me for a human mistake, which can be seen to be another exaggeration to further gaslight the viewer, bringing his victim complex back into focus. However, when talking about abusive customers, there can be merit here, as some customers can be abusive, from the smallest of things to the major of things, but this would be a minority, and not how Max speaks about it being the majority. However, Max turns this into a good message in taking the hateful and negative feelings gained by these certain people and turning it into a force for good, but then is overshadowed by another plot of victim complex, stating that his friends all left him, which is another complete fabrication as we have seen throughout this video. On the 5th of November, Max brings out an addition to the Life Sucks series with Life Doesn't Suck video games, where he goes into his love for video games such as Quake 3, which had been the precursor for his Hotline Miami inspired films. He then goes on to someone breaking your heart and then burning their house down, which seems like another link to what he did to both Anthony and Haley, with them still taking up rent in his mind, showing that he is still very much obsessed, talking about them in a certain subtle way. On the 12th of November, Max uploads Life Sucks Family, where he talks about his dysfunctional family, saying how the fights between his mother and father ruined every good memory of his, which could be true, and I will give the benefit of the doubt here, as it's not uncommon for kids growing up in a dysfunctional environment. However, to say that his family ruined birthdays, Christmases, Thanksgivings, and other holidays is a little bit disingenuous. Max would also go so far as to say that it was his parents' fault he had been bullied in school because they sent him to school. The entirety of the video serves to slander his family, to which he paints his entire family as abusers that would abuse him periodically, including his father's and mother's side of the family. The only member that hadn't abused him was his loving older sister and mother, and the examples he gives are: go to college, you can do better than this, get a real job, take care of your mum. These examples are not abusive at all. It actually shows they care about him and his future, as in go to college, you can do better than this, get a real job. His parents say these things because they want him to enjoy life, and these things will ensure he will have a better chance of doing that than they did. On the 19th of November, Max uploads Life Sucks Fangirls and Fanboys. The video can be seen to be satirical, but in this video it also highlights Max's understandings of dark humor, which would foreshadow what he would do to another creator on this site known as Vito in the future. On the 26th of November, Max brings out another Life Sucks video in the form of Friends. Wait a minute, didn't he already make a video on this topic? Regardless, this video has a couple of notable moments where Max says this isn't a cult, which would be contrasted when he would rename the channel to God Cult in the future. At the end of the video, Max makes a weird mention in a caption towards Lucy with saying, "I wish there was a clear way of expressing real love besides sexual intercourse. That's reserved for Lulu." This shows off Max's lack of understanding of what love actually is, and a bit of an obsession with sex, as at this time he hadn't experienced that side of life yet. On the 10th of December, Max uploaded Life Sucks School, where he lies about being a straight A student when he gained a 3.6 GPA, which is the equivalent to a B grade. He would continue by saying how he would do everyone's homework and how he would sit with the cringy kids, wear the same clothes every day, and would be the kid that would claim to want to die. He also says in this video that he would kill himself as a way to punish his father so that he could see how wrong he was, but instead portrays himself as pretending to be ill, with his mother enabling this type of behavior without question. On the 17th of December, Max had made the video Life Sucks Talent. This video symbolizes Max's frustration with his YouTube career, as in his own words, he works really hard making this content while others don't, that other creators are lazing about, all the while gaining hundreds upon thousands of views, earning more money than he does, which is something I'm sure we can all understand, but instead of making an effort to understand why this had been occurring, he just blames YouTube for this, and the disdain for other creators would boil inside of him, as remember, he is not at fault here, it's everyone else's fault for him not growing. The next day, Max had returned to A Quiet Place for Friends, which would be a collaboration with Colossal is Crazy, with the topic being betrayal, where they would talk about the recent drama with Keemstar. The last entry for this year would come in the upload of Life Sucks Christmas on the 24th of December, where Max conveys a nice message, but once again is overshadowed with a message about human beings being biologically empathetic, which isn't the case at all, as we will soon find out when Max cannot live with the mistakes he had made in the past. Around this time, Max had written a letter to Anthony, Haley's partner, asking for forgiveness. In a nutshell, Max claims to be tossing and turning at night, reliving what he had done to Haley and Anthony, and wanted to make amends, or at least it would seem like that at first. Here is the letter in its entirety. Hello, Anthony. Please, from one human being to another. Read this in its entirety and do your absolute best to open your mind to what I'm about to say. First off, I want to wholeheartedly apologize for what I did. I am sincerely so sorry, Anthony, from texting and calling repeatedly without welcome, to cutting myself and posting my bloody arm on Facebook with your name on it. Although an ambulance and doctor would have been a much more merciful and appropriate response for my circumstance, I understand why you decided to call the cops to put me under investigation instead. I agree I was becoming too much of a fanatic, and I can see how you concluded in retaliation was the answer. However, I have never been and never will be a criminal. I was simply too unstable for the conditions I was under. I hope you can understand. By the way, off topic, but the next 2 times you called the cops on me were completely false and weren't even me. But we can talk about that another time if you so desire. So it has been years since this happened, and you two may not have conjured a singular thought or care about me. I understand. However, I for one still have nightmares and pains of you, and from what I did, I can't seem to mentally wipe it out of my head. So I thought the best thing I could do is apologize to you too, to perhaps make everything okay if I can. I know this may be asking a lot, but please try to realistically put yourself in my shoes, Anthony. Pretend my exact same situation happens to you. From what you see, Haley, whom I'm sure you love, moves away for a little while to go to a different school in a different city. You start talking exponentially less as each day passes until you're reduced to a few text messages a week. You go to visit her and she seems awfully standoffish and unfriendly towards you, as she pays much more attention to a new guy she met. You try to ask questions, but she won't answer them straightforward, and gets angry when you try to pursue them. This goes on for a few months, until the moment when you start trying to call or text her. That new guy friend of hers starts picking up for her. I imagine you can guess the rest, as you visibly saw it every time I would call or message her. This is what happened to me, except it was a lot more painful than how I just described. Please try to understand. I know I may not have been in a committed relationship with her, which is the difference between you and I, but you can ask her. Before she left to college, I was the one talking with her every day and night on the phone, or Skype, for countless hours. I was the one who took the time to learn all her secrets and know everything about them so I could better understand and comfort her. I was the one who offered to fly her out to Alaska or New York or whenever she wanted, just to make her happy. I was the one who would constantly buy her food and clothes and gifts so she'd feel better. I was the one who would sprint over to her house whenever someone was hurting her, so on and so forth. I did love her at that point in time, and from what she told me, she loved me too, many times in fact. Perhaps not in the way I originally thought, but in a way to cause me to think what I originally thought. And in that way, I hope you can see the similarities. I truly hope you can comprehend why I became so ludicrous. I'm almost certain, and I think you are too, that you'd probably do the exact same things as I did, perhaps even more, if you were in that situation. I just want you to understand that. Of course, it does not justify what I did, which is why I am so very sorry for it. However, perhaps the events that transpired will seem less monstrous and more human now. I am very much human, not a monster as much as it may have seemed like I was. Now, there's no need to worry. I no longer have that love for Haley, as it has completely faded over time and has been permanently stolen away by my Lucy. However, I still value you two as human beings and old friends, and if you or she would be so gracious to give me at least the chance for forgiveness, I would be eternally grateful for it. I know a political student such as yourself is more than capable of negotiating peacefully. Please let me know if you'd like to discuss it, or even just have a chat without having to be hateful enemies. It would mean the world to me. Thank you so very much for at least reading this, and take care of yourself, Anthony. Sincerely, Max. So from this we can see that Max admitted to what he had done, but he doesn't completely understand what he had done and the consequences that so followed. That the fact that the cops had been called on him was retaliation is insane, especially when he claims to have never been a criminal and never will be, is astonishing. The level of ignorance this guy possesses. This is all to serve a purpose of making Anthony have sympathy for him, which didn't work out the way he planned, mainly because Max's delusion wouldn't allow him to see that. Just saying sorry for all the things he had done doesn't magically make everything okay. However, a strange note here is the wording he uses in negotiating peacefully, like it's a threat. Like Max is subtly saying that he will do something if his demands are not met. However, Anthony would ignore the letter and several more would come his way, with ones noting his YouTube channel and asking for him to subscribe to his own channel to help him out. Put yourself in Anthony's shoes for a moment here. Would you give this guy the time of day after bringing harm and traumatizing your friend, girlfriend, or even family member? Well, in Max's twisted and delusional reality, Anthony should see it from his point of view, while Max downplays what happened and should forgive him, and in a similar fashion to what he would later do to Moist Critical, Max had grown tired of waiting for a response and decided that he would go to war by issuing a first strike on Anthony, arguing that he thought both Haley and Anthony could move past what he did to them. He then blocks Anthony, then proceeds to call Anthony a pedophile near the beginning of 2017. That's right, his Believe or Abuse This video wasn't the first time he had accused Anthony, aka Magnetar, of being someone who preyed on children. Max would further claim at this point that he had evidence to back himself up, but wouldn't show it, instead vaguely telling people that he would reveal the evidence on the time of his untimely death. He basically threw his toys out of the pram because he didn't get the results he had been looking for, which again is another trait of narcissism. It is possible that Max had changed his name around this time to help get away from his past actions, and in an attempt to move on with his life, with him changing it to Max Striker. On the 14th of January 2017, Max, after accusing Anthony of this, had gone to YouTube to add a new video, Life Sucks Stress, to which Max would further add more of his feelings on the matter to the fire, with him downplaying the situation as saying mean things to people on Twitter, he then talks about his disdain for the backlash he had received. Max would also bring up that every time that he threatens to harm himself or kill himself, he won't, because he is just saying it to make himself feel better and less stressed, which is another manipulation tactic to garner sympathy in order to feel less stressed and to shrug off any criticism thrown his way at this time. He also irresponsibly makes a connection from stress to the extreme of suicide, which could harm his viewers, as his videos had been catered towards those with mental illnesses and low self-esteem. On the 21st of January, Max had uploaded Life Sucks, Those Dumb Invisible Walls in Video Games, which in a nutshell is exactly what it says on the tin, where he complains about video games having invisible walls that restrict exploration, which, yeah, it had been immersion breaking due to the hardware limitations at the time, but it's understandable. However, Max claims that he wants to murder the developers for putting this feature in their games. Although, when watching the video, that statement was the least of my worries, as when Max had entered the frame, he began to, well, just see for yourselves. On the 28th of January, Max uploads Life Sucks Backstabbers. In this video, we get more of that juicy victim complex, which is another sign that his depression is getting worse. However, in this video, he talks about those closest to him backstabbing him, which I believe he is talking about those who stopped being his friends when he became obsessed with Haley, or perhaps after what he did to her, which was entirely his fault at play. But Max cannot see the pain he has brought into their lives. His delusion doesn't let him see that. He claims these people to be disinterested out of their own self-interest, which shows a lack of self-awareness. On the 4th of February, Max continues his streak through the algorithm by uploading Life Sucks Sleep, which had been the video that starred Corp's husband as the narrator, which may have seemed like a good idea to begin with at the time, but would spell out chaos for Corp's in the years to come when Max had written the word retard into the script, a term that is now considered to be an offensive slur to people. These people obviously didn't grow up in the online battlefields of Modern Warfare 2. The summary of the video is that Max is having trouble sleeping and his parents are clueless about it. With love in the air on Valentine's Day came another Life Sucks video, which I would have thought, considering Max has now got a girlfriend at the time of making this video, he would have labeled it as Life Doesn't Suck. But in the video, he goes into the difficulties he had been met with in getting a Valentine in the past, talking about how he went into all that trouble to get someone a gift, spending money on someone else for it all just to be wasted, as the other person didn't reciprocate his feelings. But it wasn't about getting something back for giving a gift, which just shows Max believes that he had been owed something for buying a gift on Valentine's Day for someone else, which I'd argue that the only thing that he would be owed would be a polite thank you. Just because you do something for someone else doesn't necessarily mean that you should expect to be rewarded for it. That shouldn't be the mindset of doing something nice for someone else. On the 18th of February, Max had uploaded Life Sucks Popularity, another video that guest starred a YouTuber within Max's inner circle, who had been known as Bionic Pig TV. This video mostly asks the question of why? Why do all the popular YouTubers get good views when all he gets is upwards of 20,000 views per upload? Which, I'm not gonna lie, that is a pretty good amount of views for each upload. I wish I had that. But he never thinks that maybe, just a smidge, These people are more interested in these bigger YouTubers than his channel. The ending message of this video is becoming the president, becoming famous, getting the promotion, etc., etc., are all directly affected by your popularity. That is factually incorrect. Being popular won't just make all of your issues disappear overnight. Something that Max has only just realized with his current grift. I meant investigation. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Achieving your goals comes from hard work, dedication, discipline, and a whole lot of other things, not just the luck of the draw. Meanwhile, another YouTuber, Enigma? Yeah, that sounds about right. Meanwhile, this YouTuber had a thought while playing Dark Souls, with the enigma of the ladders in Dark Souls. No, just don't worry about the story, we have to investigate why there are ladders in this game. However, he knew if he was to crack the Da Vinci Code of why ladders are in Dark Souls instead of stairs, or even an elevator at this point, then he would have to bring on an expert in that field. And that person was none other than MamaMax. In the segment Max appears, the commentary quickly devolves into the subject of death. Of course it does. And that had been the direct reason the devs put these diabolical contraptions into the experience, because they wanted players to experience death over and over and over and over again. I mean, it's pretty obvious it is Dark Souls we are talking about. On the 25th of February, Max brings out his next project, with that being Life Sucks, Annoying People at the Theaters, which is just a standard complaining video that I can totally get behind. But the only point of contention for me is when Max tells people that he stays indoors, away from the outside world, confined to his own room, which isn't healthy at all, and had been making his mental illness and delusion even worse moving forward. Moving into the 4th day of March, Max uploaded Life Doesn't Suck music. He firstly goes on to say that he doesn't understand why he must live through the tediousness of life for no understandable reason, showing another decline in mental health. He then goes through the cycles of self-doubt, listing all the things he isn't rather than focusing on the positives. But where life couldn't pick him up out of this dark hole of depression, music certainly did, apparently. The message the video conveys to the viewer is one of, no matter how dark the night is, there is always music to brighten your life up with. With music, you can shape yourself into who you want to become. I mean, it can motivate change in a person's life, but the decision to self-improve has to come from the person themselves. And it has to be a constant in your life for it to take effect. You can't just do it for one day and then say, screw it, I can't be bothered anymore. Max would then tell the viewer that 3 things are needed for survival, with those being:
it is odd that a consecutive compilation of particular noises played in a certain rhythm or pattern can stimulate our minds to an almost untouchable scale. Yet unlike food, sex, or exercise, we don't need it for survival.
While food is necessary for survival, exercise and sex aren't really required for someone to live. I mean, you don't need to be physically fit and active in order to survive each and every day. And with sex being mentioned here, I believe it plays more into his obsessive state, obsessing over the idea of having it for the first time, which is a very troubling thought. As we move away from the last entry, we come to more of a comedic video that Max had released on the 18th of March, known as Life Sucks Public Bathrooms, where the video is satirical in nature and there isn't really that much to talk about here. When watching this, I found this to be somewhat entertaining and lighthearted. Unfortunately, these goofy videos would be very far and in between here, as we now delve into a whole new can of worms. On the 25th of March, Max had uploaded Life Sucks Being Ugly. In this video, Max walks us through how he felt in his teenage years about his physical appearance in regards to being low valued and ugly in his own words. In the following segment, Max had talked about 3 different women, each being a past friend of his. However, due to past events, they no longer are. Max had asked each of these girls if they would go out with him. After they tell him he is a good or their best friend, even giving him compliments and some pretty good advice, but he isn't their type. Max notes his disdain for those they would find attractive as jerks and jocks, unable to understand what they see in them. The takeaway for Max is that you have to be good looking in order to be successful. Yes, you heard that right. You need to be good looking in order to be successful in life, not just in the dating scene, but in life. Even though there are plenty of successful business owners, entrepreneurs, actors, actresses, artists, influencers, singers that are incredibly talented and successful, but aren't lookers, or at least in my opinion anyway. Attractiveness is subjective, and you could be attracted to someone for a whole bunch of reasons. The weirdest conversation I have seen in this video is between him and Brianna, where she tells him that people who go after looks are stupid, telling him that personality is all that matters, and then he goes on to ask if she likes his personality, and she tells him, "Yes, you are very funny and sweet, and you are my best friend." Emphasis on the friend, yeah? But I think we all know where this is going. He then asks his best friend, his chum, his pal, out on a date. She then says, "Sorry, you're not my type." Then Max tells the girl in the commentary to fuck off. No wonder his friends didn't want to talk to him after high school if this is how he behaved. The message here is a mixed one at that, with the first being you can't be successful if you are ugly, and the next being a brief explanation of how to become more attractive with personal hygiene and self-improvement, but doesn't tell the viewer that you have to learn to accept you for you, accept who you are, and recognize the person you want to become. But I guess that wasn't important for Max's message. On the 1st of April, Max uploads an April Fool's joke about Raisin Bran in the Life Sucks series, with a little help from Quinton Reviews. Huh. I mean, if this is what he has to contend with to collaborate with, then no wonder Max went off the deep end. However, like all of his videos, Max can't put any effort into conveying this as a joke video with the tone of his voice. 5 days later, however, Max had reached the latest milestone, 100,000 subscribers, to which people across the platform would come together to congratulate him in a roast battle collaboration on the 22nd of April. Near the end of April, Max had uploaded a video known as Life Sucks, Not Being Remembered, which is a fear that many possess. Who will remember us after we are gone? This video can be evidence that Max had made it to the turning point and has finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel, as the message here is very wholesome, but it presents a motive for content he would later make in his more dramatized videos. The end of the video has a message that is kind of strange when you compare it to his later years. Do what you want with your life that makes you and others happy, so long as it's not horrible or destructive according to laws and morals. Which is a contrast to what he will soon become, but is a contradiction to what he had done to Anthony earlier in this year. On the 13th of May, Max had brought out his newest Life Sucks video, Bossy People, which has a very extreme moment that sent shockwaves out to me, especially given the context of what he had done previously to Haley. I think I will let Max tell you himself.
You need to keep your shirt tucked in and looking neat. I don't want to see you looking like a slob. With all due respect, you don't keep yourself looking all that great either. And then he looked back at me, silent for 5 seconds. Walked up and put his weird-looking, triangular-shaped face like a centimeter away from mine and said, "Don't ever speak to me like that again, or I will terminate your sorry ass." In that moment, he was very lucky that I did not suffer from dissipating psychosis, because if I did, I would have kidnapped him and then after that, his brains would have been brutally bludgeoned and splattered across the walls of my garage. He should be very thankful that I'm only crazy enough to think about doing that.
Yeah. For someone who would claim innocence, this is a pretty strange thing to say. As if you had been falsely accused, wouldn't you be a bit more careful with the words you choose to use? Well, in Max's case, obviously not. The ending message is very disturbing, however, with the quote, "If anyone is ever bossing you around, remember, the jugular vein is very sensitive to knives." On the 20th of May, Max uploaded Life Sucks spoilers. In the first segment, Max depicts himself with murdering someone who had spoiled the plot or instance that happens in a video game. Yeah, we're into some steep stuff now, ain't we? He then talks on the motives for being odd and murder in conjunction with the motive of spoiling a video game's plot or ending. Max's message is he hopes that people who spoil films, games, or books for him, that they get the worst type of terminal cancer there is and die very soon, and Max makes sure to list this statement as not a joke. I repeat, he made sure to list this statement as not a joke. But the dark matter subjects do not end there, as on the 27th of May, Max had uploaded a rant about not knowing what happens after we die in the Life Sucks series, okay? At this point, I had been questioning my own sanity by jumping into the history of this individual, as these videos are some of the most depressing and manipulative content I have ever seen on this platform. But it gets even worse than this as we progress through the trenches of MamaMax and the bunkers of his own videos. On the 3rd of June, Max uploads Life Sucks Complainers, which highlights that Max cannot handle when he is under the microscope. This video serves as a response to those who criticize him. If I had a pound every time I heard a YouTuber say, "It is human nature to insert term here," as according to Max, having an opinion is now classed as human nature. Okay. Max goes into those who think they have it the hardest and complains about it without any intent to improve their issues themselves, which has to be one of the most ignorant things in this series. I guess all those kids in Africa forced to drink dirty water need to have intent to improve it themselves in order to gain any sort of resolution for their problems. In Max's reality, Max then complained about those who complain about his channel with issues from him promoting his Patreon to saying the N-word on his streams. Yeah, this is such a logical mind, which isn't something he wants to bring attention to. Max also brings up something that is very unnecessary to the end of this video.
Unless, of course, the fucking complaint is something like, "Max, why do you never rape people? What? I think you should rape people." What the fuck? No.
On the 17th of June, Max brings out Life Sucks Your Family. The beginning message reads a definition like the rest do, but this one is a manufactured one that projects how Max feels about his own family. A group of biologically, legally related people who don't share your interests, and who make you feel like garbage? When the video is titled Your Family, you, the viewer. He then talks about the visits to his grandparents' house in a sarcastic tone, playing video games and talking about subjects that would appeal to him. But you can tell he wishes his family took more of an interest in subjects that do appeal to him, when the same could be argued that he should make more of an effort to take an interest in what his family does. I mean, they're not going to be around forever, mate. He then repeatedly quotes his family in, "You gotta get a job, Max," acting like it's a bad thing that they are drilling this information into his head, as a job is the key to providing for yourself and your future family, if you get that far. To which he resents his family for. Max believes those that have been giving him this advice are trying to get in the way of his true greatness of becoming an upcoming YouTuber. Sure, no one wants to work as a pot washer or maybe a file clerk forever, But as long as you have a job like that, then that will open a lot more doors for you, as it shows intent or eagerness to work, and being an effective one, which would be more appealing to most employers. Max knows his family cares, but he thinks they show it in, quote-unquote, a really retarded and offensive way, when even YouTubers like PewDiePie had to work a real-world job, not an online one, before working on YouTube full-time. Something that Max seems to not really understand at all. On the 24th of June, Max uploads Life Sucks Politics, where Max makes an intriguing point here, which contradicts himself both now and in the future, with some people putting opinions first and facts second, which is a contrast to what he did to Anthony. The rest of the video is something that makes a lot of sense, that both sides are biased and are the same type of toxic. 5 days later, and bear with me here, Max uploads Life Sucks Hating Yourself, which can be seen as another video highlighting he cannot take criticism. This video has a lot of self-awareness in it. I can't understand why some of you would assume the absolute worst of me. I'm really not that bad of a guy if you get to know me. Considering most of the topics consist of his dark worldview, his resentfulness towards his family members and old friends, and his lack of awareness to do with why people didn't want to associate with him after high school, along with what he had done to Haley and Anthony. On the 12th of August, Max had uploaded Life Sucks Being Bored. This video is very dark, but also an offensive one as well, as Max claims that he wants to kill himself but then says he won't because it makes him feel better when threatening to do so, which is very manipulative and a horrible thing to do, and it is a tactic that many manipulators do turn to from time to time, but also harms people who are being serious, as their credibility will be lowered to a certain extent. He then jokes about suicide in this video. To think that this person would be heralded as someone who empowers children and protects the innocent is kind of startling, I'm not gonna lie. Max begins to describe severe depression in this video, and tabs the collaborator in this video who had collaborated with Max, if you didn't guess by the name, tells him to shut up, which is very disrespectful to those who actually have severe depression. On the 26th of August, Max had uploaded Life Sucks Wanting to Die, to which sounds like a complete contradiction to his previous upload. However, in this video, Max decided to throw a very harmful message out there, telling those who are in the same boat as him to just do it, which is a term called suicide baiting, which highlights a lack of empathy for his audience and someone who experiences pleasure in the mistreatment of others, something that he cannot control. Max claims this to be satirical content, but it is just a neglect of the influence he has over his mentally ill audience, as these types of videos have been known to be a motivational video series, something that Max had cultivated through the subjects in his victim complex, which just overshadows what is supposed to be the positive reinforcement for the video. Which just overshadows what is supposed to be a positive reinforcement at this point in the video, with him telling those who are feeling depressed or without hope to become the light at the end of the tunnel for someone else, despite he just told everyone just to go and harm themselves or end their own lives, or whatever, I guess. On the 23rd of September, Max creates possibly one of his most disturbing and harmful videos yet. This video will get you a girlfriend or boyfriend. I really want this creepy ass guy giving me life advice about how to begin a relationship with someone, don't I? In this video, Max gives the viewer some of his life advice, which hasn't been great so far, but a couple of notable moments in this video are when he unnecessarily brings up giving someone $1,000, then having the police be called on him, and then talks about being accused of insert R word here. The video is contradictory to what Max is trying to convey. He talks about making yourself more attractive in the looks department, and then talks about not changing yourself. I kind of get what he's going for here with the whole tough love mantra in his commentary, but he goes on about it in a very toxic direction. On the 24th of October, Lucy had turned 19, where the two had begun to make plans to finally meet up after so long. And they would do so shortly after Christmas, where Lucy arrives in Texas, staying over Max's house with his family, before taking Lucy to Bayamont by Windham, Arlington, and I'm so sorry if I butchered that name, to stay for the night before visiting the Six Flags Park. This is where Max would allegedly sexually assault Lucy on the night of their stay. Now, I don't know if the whole story that Lucy had portrayed is to be what happened, as Lucy didn't report it. However, considering the troubling things Max had been talking about in his videos or showing in his videos and his past, there are potential connections to his current mindset, obsessing over his first time. Now, let us put ourselves in Lucy's shoes at this time. Scared and embarrassed, believing that the event that had just happened to her was entirely her fault, just wanted to go home. So she would continue the stay as planned before leaving Texas on a flight back to Australia and arriving safely at home at the end of the year. As I said before, the story has yet to be proven, but as I said, considering the Life Sucks series and the notable moments where it shows his obsession over sex and objectifying Lucy, it doesn't look very favorable for him. And this is evident in his own videos with his own words and actions. In January 2018, Max had turned 22. This is where Lucy breaks up with Max. He then sends 4 text messages outward to Lucy's phone over the next 2 months, possibly trying to seek a resolution with her. Believing that she had been safe back in Australia, Lucy does not file a police report. This should be noted that Lucy, Haley, and Anthony had believed what happened to them had been isolated events and did not think that he would continue this type of behavior towards others, which sadly is not the case at all, and his activity would only get worse from here. This would be the reason they did not share their stories before. At this time, Max's motivation in making the Life Sucks videos had been waning with the recent events, as let's remember that in Max's case of narcissism, he believes that he is the victim, that he isn't in the fault for these cases, that everyone had been targeting him. So like many of us, when getting tired with creating a certain type of video, Max had begun to start making his infamous hentai reviews, to which displays his level of weird humor, and shouldn't really be taken seriously, as I don't believe that Max had been watching the lolly anime for pleasure, but only intended for it to serve as entertainment, which looking back on them, they had been a strange series to make with some strange occurrences in the videos, but that's all they are, is weird. However, Max would begin to develop a serious problem around this time, an addiction that would destroy his relationships from within. But we will talk more about that later, as when it becomes relevant. On the 20th of January, Max makes a new video titled Afraid, which just details his disdain for Japanese companies that had struck down his most recent anime review, and doesn't believe them to have a leg to stand on because they are a Japanese company. And because he lives in America, the video isn't under their jurisdiction. Unfortunately, Max, it very much is. On the 14th of February, Max makes a new Valentine's video titled Sad Day, to which Max had now been single, with no hope of getting Lucy back due to his own actions. There is a lot of negativity in this video. However, it does shift to a sound message at the end. As spoken about a moment ago, Max had been getting bored with the life advice he had been giving out to his audience, and so he makes one final entry in the Life Sucks series titled, ironically, Life Sucks, where he focuses on changing the direction of his channel. However, I wish I could say that this was where things had begun to get better. But Max had been getting questions asked to him, this time about Lucy, and Max had claimed that she had been seeing someone else behind his back, which I do believe to be disingenuous, as let's be fair, why would you travel halfway across the world to be with someone when you had been seeing someone who lives in the same country as you? It really doesn't make any sense. And this is a trend we will see later down the line that would turn into harassment within his inner circle. During this time, Max had managed to escape the confines of the prison he had built for himself, with that consisting of his bedroom, and manages to meet someone new who he had claimed to be energetic and down to earth. This is where he had met Sarah, and after they shared a night out where she literally paid for everything, even taking him to the arcades at 1 o'clock in the morning and walking around her neighborhood until 7 o'clock in the morning. This type of attention had made Max feel special, helping to drive those dark thoughts back into the shadows. Shortly after this, a relationship between the pair had blossomed, and they moved in together in a timely fashion. However, I believe it was the quickness to get into the relationship and get it going before getting to know who you had been planning on living with that had set the relationship up for disaster. Shortly after the move, the cracks within the relationship had begun to grow. The two had begun to argue with each other about such things as who pays for the bills, rent, and food, who should be maintaining the accommodation with such things as cleaning, and why one doesn't spend time with the other. This had quickly turned from a loving partnership to a toxic relationship. It's uncertain to say who brought these arguments up, however, I believe it would have been Sarah. Something that is certain, however, was the relationship had been weighing on both sides, with Sarah becoming depressed and Max neglecting her. The two would periodically break up from time to time. At some point, however, Sarah had ended things with Max, claiming that he had raped her. However, in text messages, it would be clear that Max would turn these around on her, which is another narcissistic trait. So it's uncertain who is being deceptive, but I do have doubt on Max's side to tell a clear and concise narrative. Later down the line, Max would put his skills to the test within filmmaking and creates a short film about how he had felt about the ending to his past relationships.
Let me tell you a story. Max was going through a sudden breakup with an Australian girl he was with for 2 years after she found someone else. She went by Twigs or something. Max felt very suicidal, but of course he learned to have a big ball sack and not kill himself when things started getting hard. But that doesn't change that it was still hard. Every day, depression would rape his brain and everything seemed so pointless. But as he was strolling along this path of pain and apathy, he met a little Korean girl. She's kinda cute, he thought. She was full of energy, literally jumping with excitement like a fucking kid at everything Max would say. Max was being used. She was being neglected. Max was getting angry. She was getting depressed. And then the night right after, she'd be fucking and blowing someone else. It's hard to eat. It's hard to sleep. It's hard to breathe. It's hard to live. We'll get flashbacks of us holding them in our arms, and then the images of them sucking and fucking someone else's genitals come pouring in. Make it stop. Please. I don't want to see this. It feels like my throat is choking on the thought of her. It feels like my heart is starting a seizure when I reflect. It feels like my mind is on fire figuring out what the fuck I'm gonna do. I thought it was just a friend. She told me it was just a friend. He was not just a friend.
This would birth the short film presentations Max would use to illustrate his narratives in his later videos. In the video Heartbroken, Max talks about the two relationships, but claims that the entire blame is on the previous two girlfriends cheating on him, which is a big coincidence and is even more convenient. So from this we can see that Max will leave out details in order to make himself look either like a saint or a good guy, and doesn't have a shred of responsibility for the influence he has over his audience. Throughout the rest of the year, Max would make videos with his friend who had been present in the previous video. However, this is where even hentai could not fill the void in his life. So he decided to make a new series called Saving Game, where he would create retrospectives about certain game franchises, but first, Max had decided to make a video on his porn addiction through video games in Everlasting Summer. Yeah, I think we all know where this is gonna go. The video can be seen to be the precursor to the darker narratives he would spin in the future with the art of filmmaking, making the material seem even more so graphic than what had been intended. A strange note here is that Max says to have cream-pied a girl and speaks as if he is somewhat proud of himself, which is a weird concept, as doing that isn't as big of a deal as much as the youth likes to think it is. But the mention seems to be consistent with what he said about Lucy wanting to cream pie her. In the video, there are these weird segments where he asks himself a question and answers it, then reverses the answer in Audacity, to which one of the answers is very weird in itself.
Did you masturbate to this game?
Like, why did he feel the need to put this in here? Moving away from the topic of anime girls and sex, we come to a darker universe full of blood, viscera, and dismembered limbs that I am sure we are all quite accustomed to by now. On the 27th of October, Max had uploaded Dead Space, the greatest series to ever die, which displays an even darker tone than the previous one did, which makes sense. Dead Space is a horror game, but this is all just a review of the series and there is nothing more to add to this segment, so let's move on. Going into December, Max had reached 200,000 subscribers. Max had then arranged for his friends to come and hang out with him at his place, and one of his friends decided to invite a girl, who would become to be known as Olivia. From the beginning, however, Max and Olivia had sensed an attraction between each other, which would begin with some light flirting, and would eventually evolve into dating in 2019. However, something Max didn't learn from was his past mistakes in both of his relationships, and like a wise man once said, if we don't learn from past mistakes, then we will be doomed to repeat them. In January, Max had become 23, and Olivia had just turned 18, and the pair had started to date at this time. This is where Max had begun to manipulate Olivia by telling her of Haley and his two exes, telling her that he had in fact dated Haley, Lucy, and Sarah, but they had all been unfaithful to him, and that he had been completely innocent the whole time. He would also tell her that they had constantly been making up lies about him, because he had broken up with them, and that they were still bitter about the breakup, which just spells out a major coincidence. To which Olivia had just turned 18, so she would have been very naive at this time, which is why I believe Max targets the younger demographic, so he can maintain his level of power in a relationship. The motive for lying to her was to garner sympathy, and to use that as an anchor to further pull the strings within her mind. Sometime after the date had concluded in this month, Haley had sighted Max at a Walmart that was frightfully close to her apartment, which is also a very big coincidence, and even more damning on his part that that specific Walmart had actually been an hour away from his parents' place. At some point, Max had even gone to one of Haley's friends' apartments to stay for the night on their sofa, to which he had been asking questions about Haley, which when Haley learned of this, she had gone straight to the police station in order to file another report against Max for his stalking continuing. On the 9th of March, Max had uploaded the next part in his saving game series, Halo: The Game That Raised Us. After this, Max and Olivia had been dating for about 3 months, and the relationship had been progressing very well, but one lesson that Max forbade to learn was about moving too quickly, as now the couple had moved in together. But this wouldn't mean they would be alone, as Max had moved in to the family home, meaning he would share Olivia's bedroom, but the parents had been charitable enough to give Max his own space in another room that would be turned into his main office for his work on YouTube. and like the last, the relationship begun to crumble within, as Max wouldn't sleep during the night and Olivia would work during the day, which meant they would only have a couple of hours to spend together each and every day, to which Max had locked himself inside his office until he required sleep. Max again had begun the cycle of neglect. However, Olivia did catch Max watching some funky stuff on his computer concerning his addiction to those websites. Moving into the beginning of the second week of July, Max had uploaded the last title to his saving game series, The Fall of Elder Scrolls, which had been the same retrospective as before. However, Max had seen a bit of a decline in his viewership, which can demotivate a creator, which is very understandable, and this would force Max to make a decision to either quit his passion in search for a more stable income, or to dive down into the darker waters of his niche. On the 1st of August, Max had gone out of his way to create something that wasn't his standard for content creation, and this would mark the beginning of his grift on this platform in order to get more people to support his Patreon, and for him to start making some real money on YouTube, with the video titled Kanye Quest 3030.zip, to which Max had created an entire narrative around an urban legend within video games that the Kanye Quest 3030 game had been in connection with a potentially dangerous cult that preyed on the youth of our society. And he makes sure to let us all know in the beginning of the video to hook the viewer in, making claims that a supposed cult known as the Ascensionists had been involved and that a girl had gone missing, with corroborating reports on Twitter of all places, with an account going back and forth creating troubling threads. However, this had been Max behind the scenes to add more shock to the viewer, and the material in order to make it look like his narrative was more credible, and the missing girl had been a fake story made up by Max, as the supposed cult had been disproven by none other than Game Theory, when they interviewed the creator, who explained that she had reached out to many game developers in the hopes her work would be recognized, that Ascensionism hadn't been a cult at all, but a brand name.
When did you personally become aware of the Kanye Quest 3030 pastebin post that claimed to link your Ascensionism Bandcamp page, an ARG unfiction thread, a cult, and the game together? Have you read the post? Do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, so Kanye Quest. It's not actually related to me. For a long time, I wanted to make music for games. Because of this, I spent hours and hours finding and talking to folks in random game developer group chats on Skype, Discord, TeamSpeak, etc. I would say sometimes, hey, feel free to use my work or even just my ideas and your stuff for free. Just make sure you credit me. And with Kanye Quest, I don't really know. I don't know who developed it. I don't know why. I guess they just liked my work and wanted to incorporate it somehow while challenging themselves to implement some weird mechanics into their game. Honestly, I've never played the game. It wasn't made by a cult. Ascensionism isn't a cult. Maybe someday I can try starting a cult, but that day has not come yet.
However, sometime after Max had created his video, the Twitter account had been deleted with no traces left, which is another coincidence which will become a trend from here on out. Max had manipulated the truth to serve his own needs, and this manipulation of the truth wouldn't just be present in his videos, but in his relationship as well, as Max had allegedly emotionally manipulated Olivia into having sex with him by telling her that she can't get pregnant on her period, which, if true, is both disgusting and highly concerning, as that would completely back up Lucy and Sarah's stories, as it shows a pattern of destructive behaviors. On several occasions, while Olivia had been sleeping, Max had allegedly crept into her room at night and woke her up by engaging in sex with her, which is something that Olivia had recently spoken up on, being that she had this rapey fantasy which would damage her credibility in the future when coming out with her story. However, the relationship had been a toxic one. Like all of Max's past lovers, Olivia had decided enough was enough and couldn't stand being neglected most of the time anymore, and ended things with Max in September, and Max was told to move out. Over the course of this month, Max had allegedly gone back to his old ways and had begun to stalk Olivia, with him visiting her in the middle of the night to spam calling her, and then by visiting her house while everyone else had been vacant. This is where Max would allegedly beg Olivia for forgiveness and to take him back, but Olivia told him to leave. But Max soon became violent towards her, throwing objects all over the room at her after she had thrown her mother's necklace at him. Eventually, Max left the house after being told Olivia's parents were nearly home. At this point, Max had gone out of his way to manipulate another story of an abusive girlfriend who cheated on him, turning friends against Olivia, all because she chose not to be with him. While working at Walmart, Max had spam called her until she picked up, where he accuses her of killing their unborn children. The next time Max had called was when Olivia had begun to date someone new, which made him very angry. Eventually, Max had been caught out in a lie by one of Olivia's friends, who turned on her, and the truth had finally been set free when Max had been painted as the narcissist he truly is. Eventually, though, the heat of their story would die down when Olivia and her friends forgave Max, which would turn out to be a big mistake that would be later realized. Moving into October, Max had uploaded sadsatan.exe, where he covered an indie game by the same title, where he claims to have played what many others had called a soul-rendering experience. In the game, there will be instances where images will flash up on the screen for a couple of seconds, which will give quite the fright when first experiencing such a journey. However, for those who decided to delve deeper, found themselves in an entirely new horrific world, where there had been 2 more versions of the game, allegedly, that showcases more horrific imagery. Max claims to know the real identity of the creator, with that being a convicted pedophile known as Gary Graves, and then accuses a YouTuber that had a playthrough of the game to be said person without any proof, none whatsoever, but then claims that if Obscura Horror Corner isn't the creator of the game, then that would be too many coincidences for him to comprehend, which just shows the lengths Max will go into in order to manipulate a story that will benefit him. After this video went up, Max allegedly had arranged for a group of friends to go and watch a movie in a local theater, and then invites Olivia to join them. However, when she gets there, the only person in view to be present within their group had been Max. He claims that everyone mysteriously couldn't make it, like that was the plan all along. Throughout the course of the film, Olivia would have to tell Max that this isn't a date, that they are just friends now, after he tries to hold her hand. After the film had ended, the two went back to her home and decided to listen to some music, where Max makes a move on Olivia and she tells him to leave, and he complies. Max had then added Olivia's brother on Discord and attempts to manipulate him into getting him into a position to be able to see Olivia again by lying about a check he had been holding for Max, and Max would have to go and pick it up. But the brother refused to go along with Max's plan. On the 6th of December, Max had decided to continue with his descent into the darker themed videos with Kemiku Chiki Village Story. Now, the video title is different, but I just took the courtesy of translating for all of you. And when watching the video, I could not find an instant of Max actually mentioning any type of village like this, but a cult called Aleph. The video is a whole lot of nothing burger until Max is able to contact a member of the cult known as the Mother, and she sent him a message back basically telling him that she will kill him for discovering the cult, presumably. But who's to say that this cult even knew who, or was even worried that some guy from the other side of the world had been looking into their stuff? It simply doesn't add up. But he does make sure to let you all know that you can help him stay safe by...
And the best way you can help me, non-jokingly, truly, seriously, is supporting me on Patreon.
Am I being fucking punked? Is there a camera somewhere in the room?
Which to me is another fabricated story in hopes of luring more viewers who might actually believe this to help him pay the bills. From what we have seen in this part, Max had been willing to stitch stories together to paint a narrative that would serve his own needs. And in the next part, we will see more of this, with more fabricated stories. However, Max would soon come to know that his work had been getting noticed by those he had covered, and the site that is coming up would respond to his video on them. Throughout this year, Olivia makes her presence known online and begins to talk about Max and the things that had allegedly been done to her. Even though with the screenshot of the Discord DM between her brother and Max, it does show that he had been obsessed with Olivia and would do anything to ensure that he would be within her presence. However, there are a few things off of her story, along with some things that she had done with other creators that ultimately damaged her credibility. But to know more about that, I would recommend looking at FBS Diesel's video on the downfall of MamaMax. A link will be down in the description below. On the 16th of January, Max uploaded rolypoly.exe, which shows Max investigating into a game made exclusively for children, which sounds more like a creepypasta than anything else. However, the entire video had been completely staged in order to invoke more curiosity to his channel and to farm more followers to his Patreon, by making them believe that he was exposing a depraved developer for brainwashing children. Even in the video, you can clearly see that he created the Discord server for the Rolypoly Facade, which he claims was something he joined and infiltrated, and this grift would only be the beginning. On the 27th of March, Max had brought out the video that stapled him as a protector of children, when he had done something similar that another YouTuber had done prior that also contributed to the second adpocalypse on YouTube, with that YouTuber being known as Matt Watson, who played a role in getting YouTube to create the app YouTube Kids in order to protect children and revoking their ability to chat in the comments section when viewing content that is specifically targeted at that demographic. Max claimed Matt did not care about the children and exposed this for clout. Say what you will about him, but at least Matt putting the pressure on YouTube had made positive change for the safety of children. In Max's video cartoonincorporated.mp4, he goes on about this in a different way, focusing on Elsagate as a talking point, and after some dramatizations, Max finally gets to the point of telling us that there is another channel that is up to no good, and is putting children in danger on the platform. This channel had been known as Cartoon Incorporated, and was presenting some weird videos, but we will get to that later. Max then shows several comments made by fake child celebrity accounts that he claimed were predators, and so he got into contact with each one and managed to get into contact with the predator that these accounts had linked to.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
How are you?
Oh, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine. What are you doing now?
I'm just laying in bed. How old are you?
So?
How old are you?
What are you doing? Are you a student?
Yeah.
Fine. Which class you study?
I'm sorry?
Are you a student?
Yes, I am.
Which he shows the Skype username and then compiles the evidence he gains from this and sends it all to the FBI. So it sounds like a clear-cut case, right? That is, until we realize that Max doesn't and never has contacted any law enforcement, including the FBI, due to recent events. Moving back to Cartoon Incorporated, Max then sees that the entire channel had disappeared without a trace, and he didn't think to archive a single video. And to that I say, how very convenient.
It's troubling because I didn't think to archive the entire collection of their uploads until it was too late.
But then again, he shows a clip of the video, so he must have archived the video, or at least a single piece, in order to show the full clip. And speaking of the clip, it looks very reminiscent of his older intros to his videos. What was that he said in sadsatan.exe?
Then that would be way too many coincidences for me to even comprehend.
On the 20th of June, Max had made kidschat.net, originally known as
I found a website that protects pedophiles,
which had been the same type of video as before. Max claims to have been getting chatted up by the entire website in this video, with the first being the voice actor hired, sounding a lot like the predator he exposed in the previous video.
Do me a favor and download WickerMe. It's very easy.
How very strange. Another moment is when reading out the frequently asked questions section, but then takes it out of context by reading a single line but not the rest of the statement.
Young kids, teens, and children will face the fullest punishment of the law? That's a bit harsh, don't you think? Oh, or is this another grammatical error? I can't tell anymore.
Max also calls the site children'schat.net in the video. This is a sneaky little way of getting out of a lawsuit if he was to be sued, as then he could make the argument that he never mentioned the name of the site in the video. Max claims to have sent in a video file of being chatted up by predators while posing as a little girl, and finds that his account has been banned. But don't worry, Max makes it clear that you can help him in his mission to protect children by simply supporting him on Patreon. He then tells us that he had been contacted by a predator on his private email and is stunned that his account had been hacked as he didn't give out his private email and is sent a video file of a little girl screaming, to which in the dramatization, instead of vowing to find this person and the victim, he just makes it about himself. How he felt in that moment. If you really had this happen to you, wouldn't you contact the authorities about this? In reality, the girl never existed, as this had all been a part of a massive Patreon farming grift, using the predator hunter as a mask to hide his fraudulent intent. On the 26th of September, Max had uploaded Answer Us YouTube, in which he makes some interesting claims about children being exploited online. And to that I could not agree more. And all you have to do to get a prime example of exploitation is to go to Max's Patreon, where you will see all of the tiers. For the first tier, you would be paying £4.50 per month. For the second tier, you would be paying £8.50 per month. For the third tier, you would be paying £17 per month. For the fourth tier, you would be paying upwards of £42.50 per month. For the fifth tier, you would be paying £85 per month. And finally, and my personal favorite, for the sixth tier, you would be paying a grand total of £847 per month just to have a conversation with Max. Yep, sounds exactly like Max is protecting children and keeping them safe and totally not a get-rich-quick scheme. Another moment of the video is when he says he was in the trenches spending 3 traumatizing days trying to fix the injustice, and to that I couldn't agree more as well, as that's exactly how I felt when surveying through the trenches of the Life Sucks and Predator poaching videos. On a serious note, this was all just to manipulate the narrative in making it seem like YouTube had been protecting pedophiles from his level of justice, when in reality it had been about him getting the same punishment everyone else has to deal with. The community guidelines will be enforced, no matter who you are, but it seems like Max had been expecting special treatment. On the 2nd of October, Max had gone a step beyond and uploaded mylol.apk, in which if you ever thought to yourself that you wanted to see a grown man slapping their meat over a toilet seat, then my friend, you have certainly come to the right place, as Max shows great pleasure in giving that to you in a completely unexpected format. Who knew that Max was a peeping Tom in real life? Before this video, Max had claimed to protect children and expose the foul, corrupted souls that prey upon them. However, this had all just been a facade to drive more people to his Patreon until this video, where Max had exposed someone talking to what they believed had been a child. But all Max could do was show their face on screen and nothing more, as he claims that when presented with evidence, the police did nothing, concluding that when notified of predators, all he gets is radio silence, which is another convenient way in disregarding any criticism he might get, even though if he wished for updates, he could have just asked the police. But it is another reason as to why Max doesn't inform the police, instead just compiling evidence in a mega drive, which will be important later in this video. The truth of the matter is, the police have to follow strict guidelines, procedures and protocols, and even when those are met, they will need to still get a warrant in order to search the suspect's properties and to make arrests, It's not like what is shown on TV, and Max takes full advantage of that lack of understanding to gaslight the viewer, especially considering the reputation of the police around this time, and the relationship with the public had been a rocky one at that. At some point this year, Max had met with Paulina, and the two had begun to date each other. At another point in this year, Max had flown Paulina out to move in with him. But like in all his past relationships, Max would continue the cycle of neglect that had made Paulina feel very depressed and like she did not matter to him at all. It was around this time that Spencer had come forward and asked Max to take her story on about an alleged dangerous and, get this, werewolf vampire cult that has victimized hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of minors. However, Max told her that he has other projects going on at this moment, and he wasn't equipped to take her case on. Not just yet, anyway. Little did Paulina know that she would get the full dosage of what it means to live with a narcissist. Someone who lacks empathy and uses others as tools to their own advantage. And so the cycle of abuse continues into 2021.
Why don't you kill your good buddy somewhere else?
Christ!
I'm sick of seeing you punks in my alley.
What are you, some kind of freak? Get the fuck out of here.
You're just taking up space, breathing my air.
In March 2021, people had begun to unravel the past content Corb's husband had been involved in, and they had come across the video he had worked on with MamaMax, and they heard him utter the phrase that has since become a slur, with the word retard. Now, to be fair, Corpse had only narrated the script and Max had been the one to write it, despite what many believe. But this wave of hate sent Corpse's husband into a panic, so he asked if Max would take the video down. Max had responded he would do so, but as soon as he had finished up at the hospital with Paulina, Corpse continued to ask him to take it down, asking if he could just leave the hospital and take it down, then go back to Paulina's side, all the while showing his support and being sympathetic to his situation with Paulina. Max then told him it would be down as they began to leave the hospital. However, Max didn't take the video down, he instead had unlisted it, so people can still view the video in his unlisted playlist. On the 7th of March, Max had uploaded puppystomp.mp4, which may just be the most important video to showcase Max's unethical side, where he shows us the real MamaMax. In this video, Max goes on to tell us that his videos have never really been anything but, get this, revenge porn at best, and then proceeds to incite violence towards those he accuses of being predators.
Thus, these videos have never been anything more than revenge porn at best. Otherwise, you could call it a sneak peek preview into a future snuff film if you want. The one that we are making of you. We are going to find you, come to your home, invade your house, strap you down, shove a camera in your ugly face, stream a red room with your name on it, and let the world watch. The very last memories of you will be your humiliated corpse. And then you will finally be famous. Of course, that's all just metaphorical, right, guys? Am I right, guys? Am I right, guys? Come what may, I care not for the sympathizers and bystanders nipping at my heels. I have learned to ignore such naysayers when quelling them was out of the question. They are a dying breed of sheeple who want to play devil's advocate for matters they know nothing of, but they may do as they wish. Shame us, slur us, slight us. Them and their words will someday die, and the ashes they leave behind of an impact on this world than they ever did themselves. And we are going to continue our work. Ever have contact with? My employers agree with me. You all have limitless potential. So let's just say I'm starting a bounty. For those of you who would like to collect, simply email me the identity of our assailant. The first one to do so can consider themselves hired. Here are the rules. Do not try this at home if you don't know what you're doing. You have no idea the dangers you put yourself in when do-si-doing with these kinds of people. You must be 18 or older, and you must remain completely anonymous. And most importantly, this task is intended only for my people who have nothing left to live for. So join me at your own risk. We live only to end those who hurt others. And then finally, once you have found them, please do not bully or harass this person. Because, well, we're gonna do a lot worse than that. But please leave that to me. So for those of you that remain, and you know who you are, please come with me.
But this is all considered conspiracy to commit murder, invoking audience members to go out and hunt down pedophiles for their own pleasure and to murder them in cold blood, which would land themselves in prison and is not a good message to be sending out there, especially when he had spoken about wanting those with nothing left to lose joining his employment as an actual predator hunter. This would also be even more damning when Max had said on a live stream that he is in contact with hitmen and that he also does things to predators he can't show. This is a depiction of who Max wishes to be in his short films, an anti-hero, a dark, shadowy figure who punishes those who prey on children. But the best we got here was MamaMax being the one that exploits the narrative for financial gain at best, or at worst, a depraved psychopath who invokes his audience to go out and commit murder for his own cause. Which of the two is more likely, do you think? Max at this time had presumably hired a personal assistant to which they had been secretly having an affair together behind Paulina's back, while she had been living with his mum, because he couldn't cope with Paulina's mental illness of having schizophrenia. A little side edit here, everyone. It has been brought to my attention that Paulina had been the toxic party in Max's relationship with her, always claiming to run away and blasting Max's phone whenever he was out with his friends, such as when he visited Nexpo, which gives us more context than what Max had given to us in his own defense video. Eventually, Max had decided to spend his money on an operation to make his voice sound deeper with a vocal cord cosmetic surgery. Sounds like someone's a bit insecure about his own voice, which is also referred to cosmetic voice surgeries, where the surgeons change the length, tighten, or change the size of the individual's vocal cords to give them a deeper or heightened tone of voice. To do this, Max had gone to New York to have this procedure done. At some point in this year, Paulina had moved back in with Max, but he continued to neglect her over his assistant, which made Paulina feel distant from him, and to the point she had threatened to leave Max for a women's shelter. And Max had just replied to her that he thinks that's a great idea, that she didn't want to live with him anymore, which some added context here is that seeing this interaction from Max's perspective, perhaps he had been completely exhausted from Paulina's episodes and her not respecting his boundaries in regards to constantly calling him, threatening to run away, and this can be summed down to Paulina believing that Max had been with his personal assistant behind her back. On November the 26th, Max had uploaded a video called
"He abused hundreds of underage girls on IMVU. This is what happened to him,"
which is a bit of an exaggeration in the title, and Max doesn't even provide evidence to back that claim up. But this isn't the only time we will see exaggerations being used here. In the video, Max had roped Paulina into the video, to which she becomes the decoy. And to be fair, it all seems like your regular predator poaching video thus far. and then he exposes Pablo Sonny, which seems all cut and dry. That is until Max speaks about Casey, how she had filmed her own death place and uploaded it to her own YouTube channel after the fact that she had been dead in this narrative. And what do you know? When you search for the channel, it had mysteriously been deleted, presumably by her ghost. The connection here was she was supposedly one of Pablo's victims, which is weird he decided to add this in here, as he already caught the guy out, but then proceeds to blame the creator of IMVU for her death when she never even existed. The video would later be taken down by YouTube for breaking their community guidelines once again, which sparked outrage in Max's heart, forcing him to manipulate the narrative once again. After this, Max had made a decision to include Corp's husband in his next video, as to guilt trip him into covering his story of pick a side. Max had then coerced Paulina into spreading misinformation about the past collaboration Max and Corpse had done together in order to paint Max as an angel and Corpse as the devil, claiming that Corpse had written the script of Life Sucks Sleep instead of Max, making Corpse look even more insensitive and bad, which is another highlight of his manipulative behavior. On the 27th of December, Max began his Pick a Side YouTube campaign and uploaded pickaside.win, where one of Max's friends, Nexpo, jumps into the commentary stating that his good friend had his video taken down on the grounds for nudity, but when he watched the previous video, there was no such nudity. This was a complete lie, as there is obviously something that the video was flagged for, as they wouldn't have spurred into action if not. Nexpo then looks at the term sexually gratifying and then proceeds to twist the message into YouTube, thinking that children are sexually gratifying. Which, to be fair, Max did write the script for this video. It's not Nexpo writing the script and then voicing it. It was actually Max who wrote the script, so you can kind of see the manipulation here is not on Nexpo but on Max, which is an absolute abuse of Max's influence of his own audience. Imagine twisting something, manipulating the narrative into something else. The actual reason was because Max had included the bare ass of an animated naked man, to which, considering what Max includes in his videos, I'm surprised it took them this long. Max literally edited in a man jacking himself off into one of his videos, and he thought, yep, looks good, before hitting render. Whoa, hang on a second. Sorry about this. This is post-edit commentary here. I recently watched the uncensored version of the IMVU video, and it turns out that Max had included an actual man's naked ass in the video. So, yeah, it wasn't an animated ass, it was actually a naked guy's ass. And the naked guy is one of Max's supposed victims that he bludgeons to death with his knuckle dusters. So that's what YouTube had taken action with, not the fact that there was an animated naked man in the video, which just shows even more manipulative behavior on Max's part. This topic had the commentary community flaring once again, with such channels as Tommy C, Nicholas DiOrio, Turkey Tom, and even Craig Beckett talking about it, where Craig had stroked the ego of Max to the point where Max had begun a friendship with him, which is some dangerous territory, as in Max's own words, he meets people online, gets to know them, befriends them, and then hires them, which kinda seems very manipulative in itself, as it ensures a stronger bond of loyalty, to which Max would later pull on in the future. Sounds like some very predatory behavior going on here. Other notable moments was when Max had tweeted out,
"Who are you going to choose, YouTube? Children or pedophiles?"
Vito, another YouTuber, decided to throw a joke into the matter, stating, "I choose pedophiles," which many would call a dark joke. However, the conversation had continued into Vito showing his true colors, of his belief of non-offenders of that category and believing that pedophiles should be treated as a disorder. However, in Max's view, he was one of them, and he would voice his opinion as fact soon enough. Vito had gotten a lot of crap for his joke and his stance on the topic, but it was when another commentator who had been critical of Max in the past but also kept it objective was Tommy C. And it was when he had Vito on his stream to interview him, and when Tommy C gave a lot more criticism towards Max than he did Vito, and the way he and his friends had immaturely went about their video abusing the message, this had hurt Max to the point he could not stand it and decided to get into drama with him. But we'll talk more about that later. On the same day, Max had texted Olivia and asks her to have a phone call with him, to which they talk about the TikTok videos she had been posting throughout this year. But little did she know, Max had been secretly recording the entire call, pulling a Nicholas Diorio, if you could believe that. All the while, Paulina had been in contact with her sister and talks about Max's narcissistic ways behind the scenes. 2 days later, Max would make undeniably the worst mistake of his entire career when he appeared on the Half-Baked podcast with Turkey Tom and Nicholas Diorio, where they press him for information regarding the Pick-A-Side YouTube campaign, where Max claims that his video has been the reason for Pablo Sonny being arrested. However, there is more truth to this statement later in the timeline.
What is your primary goal? Is that then? There's no. What's your other?
Well, I guess the question is like the next getting at is like, okay, so you want to enact this change. What do you hope is the eventual result of your video?
Okay.
Of all this.
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody. And
was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video. Right. The video was about IMVU and this one predator. I made it about him and him alone.
IMVU is a game, right? You played the game and you exposed this guy.
Yes.
Do you mind walking me through the chain of events that led from your video to him being imprisoned?
Yeah, so I dropped the video. The end of the video is a call to action. Usually all my videos are a call to action, like find him. And we did.
So in this case, find him meant like you didn't know who he was. You wanted his doc so he could go to jail.
All we had was his face and his voice.
Right.
And out of that, I said, find him. And then within 24 hours, we found him. And then I started social engineering all of his friends to give me his information. And they did. And then we pegged him. He fled to Mexico. We found where he was in Mexico.
Wow.
I don't know if the police, he was from Canada. So I don't know if the police asked him to come back.
As all terrible people are.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if the police asked him to come back or he went on his own volition or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time.
A lot of people have said that your kind of complaint with this is dumb because you should have taken the nudity out. I would argue you probably should have known to take the nudity out, but at the same time, I guess you're right. There is inconsistency on the issue. YouTube will always be inconsistent. There's a lot of nude yoga, right? So I guess that's somewhat besides the point.
I literally didn't think it was that bad. It looked like a Sims character to me. It looked like a Sims character to me. It looked like a Sims character to me. It looked like a Sims character to me.
Eventually, Max had broken up with Paulina over this period, and Paulina finds her own place to call home, while she had been saving up to go and live in Los Angeles. However, Sarah had been getting into contact with the rest of Max's exes, even got into contact with Haley and Anthony, and together, they had been going public with their stories on social media. So Tommy C would not be the only person to have to go up against Max, and in a short period of time, Max would show how much of a manipulator he truly can be.
Who made you God, little man? Not that gun, not that uniform, nothing. You want to scare people? Fine. I need a scarecrow. You're going to be my personal message board. I want everyone to see what happens when they come here uninvited.
On the 9th of January 2022, Max had contacted Paulina, giving her a farewell and telling her that he can no longer trust her after speaking to one of his exes, and or accusing his assistant of taking part in the affair, to which they both had denied. However, Max and his assistant after this goodbye had begun to date, which if you ask me is one hell of a coincidence that the person he was accused of cheating with ended up in a relationship with him straight after Paulina and Max had ended their relationship. On the 18th of April, Paulina had come out with her story on Instagram. On the same day, Max's previous Australian girlfriend Lucy and her close friend had posted about Max's past abuse as well. A summary of the charges levied against Max and his posse are courtesy of Ginger Snaps Back on Twitter. After this, Max had attempted to call Paulina, possibly to manipulate her further, or to shut her down, or to record a call together like how he did with Olivia. But she didn't let the call go through, so Max would need to find another way of silencing her. And he did this by using Craig Beckett like a rabid dog, with Craig harassing Paulina and using her mental illness as a way to bully her, often calling her a schizo. Max had given all of his friends Paulina's private and personal information to which they had been used to further the abuse and to silence her. This harassment had continued until Paulina had felt scared to go outside her own home, and she felt even unsafe in her current location. All the while, Max had been sending his inner circle towards Anthony, Haley, and his 3 ex-partners in an effort to get them to back off, even being quite manipulative in the messages. Max would then make a community post about the situation and claimed to be responding in a video, but he would tell his audience in his own words,
"Let me be clear, I do not just want to publicize this drama bullshit for views, or to make me look like a good guy. I would rather handle this privately, but if you want me to make a video about it, I will. Of course, all names, faces, and personal information of these people will be censored on the video, since my goal is not to hurt their reputation, but to get the truth out."
Remember this quote because it will be very important in a moment. Eventually, Magnetar, aka Anthony, had uploaded in July of 2022 the truth about MamaMax as a way to inform the public about his prior dealings with them, so people would know exactly what they might be signing up for when dating him or working with him. As with Max's exes and Haley's stories coming out, it does paint quite a pattern of abusive behavior, which at the time had shocked and disturbed many of his fans and fellow creators. This had infuriated Max to no end, to the point he got the video taken down on the grounds of privacy, if you can believe that, as Anthony had to prove that Max Stryker had been Max Harris in the video. So Anthony decided to censor the private information and re-upload the video. At the end of the month, Max had uploaded Believe All Abusers, which had shown everyone who viewed it how manipulative Max can truly be when faced with these accusations. Unfortunately, the general public saw his side of things, and through the design of the video with the testimonies from his employees, friends, and even family members, the audience had been fully manipulated by Max and unwittingly had become pawns in his little games. However, let us go through the defense video and we will see these manipulation tactics at work.
Too long didn't watch, none of it is true, and I'm going to prove that to you today.
Not even a minute into the video, Max already says Magnetar's video was too long, and he didn't watch it all the way through, which begs the question, how can one make an effective defense video if he did not watch the entire video?
This is something I'm sure every influencer goes through when they have a pattern of dating abusive women or men, and this has happened to me specifically multiple times. I have addressed it multiple times, and they will not stop.
Max shows us a list of messages on screen with them saying how much of a good boyfriend he had been to Paulina, even though he had been cheating on her, which is a manipulation to be cherry-picking things that make him look good, despite him stating in his community post that's not what he would be doing, which is a manipulation of the truth.
I'm going to be addressing them one by one because they are all individual people with their own individual stories, with their own individual motives. I know they're trying to use each other's stories as proof that they are all true, but I'm going to show you that none of them are. So we are going to go chronologically backwards and start with my most recent ex, Paulina. the one who sparked it all. So if you want to know a little bit of history between Paulina and I, you can go watch Craig or Steve's video where I talk more about that. But to summarize, I broke up with her because she wanted to see my DMs with one of my team members. I said, yeah, sure, if you show me yours. I asked her because she had been saying sussy things to other men, and she refused. So I drove her to her house and I broke up with her. A few months later, we talked things out. She asked if we could get back together, and I declined, but we remained friends. A week before she canceled me, I paid her $200 to watch the dogs while I flew out to go visit my dad. Everything was fine. Until I got back, she would not stop texting me about shit I did not want to talk about with her.
An important thing to note here is when Max is showing off these messages, it's a manipulation onto the audience. It's a very good manipulation tactic, where he's only showing himself to be good and all that stuff. He's putting himself on a pedestal saying like, oh, look at all these messages, guys. I was such a good boyfriend to Paulina. I was not the toxic individual they are painting me out to be. He puts the entirety of the blame onto Paulina, which I find very disingenuous, as well as the next clip that we will see right now.
A week later, she asked my sister if I was seeing someone else, and my sister told her that I was. And then all of a sudden, I become an abuser on her Instagram story.
So, did Paulina make the abuse story immediately after you told her I was dating?
Yes.
How soon was that?
It was the next minute.
Wow, that's very impressive that Paulina was able to write up the equivalent of a video essay on Instagram in 20 different stories, contributing to her experience with Max. Very impressive that all she had was a minute to upload all of these things. But what is more interesting is how Max's sister seems to be at the right place at the right time in every instance of Max's life, so she could be a direct witness to this video. It's very interesting, that is. Like, she has all this information on Haley, on Anthony, on Lucy, on Olivia, and on Paulina. It seems like that she's almost bullshitting us, lying on the stand, committing perjury, if you will. What are the odds of this occurring for her to be in the right place at the right time in every instance of Max's life? Seriously, someone comment the probability of that happening, because I think you'll find it's very low, like less than 10% probable. I'm not calling her a liar per se, I'm just saying it's a bit sus. Max and his sister then claimed that after Max and Paulina had broken up, it was only after he had been seeing someone else that happened to be the personal assistant, that Paulina had been spreading these malicious lies about him, and Paulina only started telling her story in April of 2022. But there are text messages between Paulina and her sister in December of 2021, of her explaining she had been trying to get out of a toxic relationship with what she calls the depths of narcissism. So this destroys their argument and shows that Max's own sister is willing to lie about anything to protect her brother's image and career. Max then claims that Paulina had doxed herself and he never gave out her personal information, which doesn't even make any sense given the example he shows, as someone says that Paulina and Max's sister's accounts on TikTok had been showing off Ruby, his dog. And in the videos you can make out the tags around the collar, with Max's name and phone number on it, apparently so, which isn't her information, it's Max's information, so that would mean she had accidentally doxed Max's information through negligence. And the same can be said about his sister. It's not like she tweeted this information out. Max then implicates himself, stating that he told his team to stop investigating into her and her family, which is weird that you would put this into a defense video, but he had told them not to look into Paulina and her family ever again, which is completely messed up that he would do this in the first place and makes him look even worse coming away from this.
She starts with worrying about me knowing her location, even though she literally went public with this while I still knew her location, and obviously nothing happened to her. So it's clear to me that she's just saying this to make me look like a crazy person. And then she claims I've given up her location before. That is not true.
Max then says that Paulina had blamed his team member for stalking her and claims it not to be true, when in the previous set of images he had shown that they had been looking into her and her family, which is a form of stalking. Considering Max and his team are a group of individuals and not a company or an official organization.
Here she tries to justify her horrible behavior to me by downplaying it as emotions and boundaries. Receipts show you were the one who would not respect my boundaries, but damn, go off, sis.
This is gaslighting at its finest. As from what we can see in the example he shows, it reads, I couldn't tell for so long if I even had the right to be angry or upset. I was always made to feel unhinged and ridiculous for having emotions, boundaries, and my own needs. Where she says she couldn't tell if she had the right to be angry or upset, this refers to Paulina's suspicions in the relationship of Max cheating on her with his personal assistant, and Max telling her that they weren't, which is gaslighting her. Where she says, I was always made to feel unhinged and ridiculous for having emotions, boundaries, and my own needs, shows that Max had continued his manipulative and gaslighting ways during their relationship, as this is a reference to her being suspicious of Max and his assistant, and her feelings and insecurities had been invalidated despite what had been happening behind her back. Max in the next part shows a bunch of messages to suggest Paulina did not respect his boundaries, but this was from September of 2021, which had been a time of them still dating, and Max fails to give proper context as to what Paulina means by, Max, please just talk to me and your family, we can work this out. And Max has a history of relationships that are very Ross and Rachel moments where they break up and then get back together, so it's not out of the realm of possibility to say this was what had been going on here. However, in Nexpo's interview with Lyrics and Nicholas Diorio, he does speak on Paulina, spam calling Max and texting him things like, I'm going to run away, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. However, I believe that is to be a symptom of her schizophrenia, not indicative of an abuser. The lack of context here from Max's side is to make Paulina look like a psychopath or a stalker.
Here she quotes what I'm to assume is some voice in her head, because no one I know has ever said such a thing to her. She then refers to my friends as a group of yes men that I surgically manufactured, probably because it will make it harder for them to defend me and talk about her horrible behavior without them looking like assholes. But damn, go off, sis.
Max then shows the next screenshot explaining that he can only assume it to be the voice inside her head, which shows a lack of understanding of what he is even talking about, so I shall explain this for him. I'm a destructive mess, no matter how hard I try, and Max is the poor chap who has to put up with me, is how Paulina feels. Not indicative of the voice inside her head. Considering the gaslighting she had described in the previous screenshot, it's safe to assume that Max, in saying the voice inside her head, is using her mental illness as a scapegoat to deflect criticism because he can't think of a way to defend himself here. Max in the video, I'm sure you know, keeps saying, damn, go off, sis. This is because Paulina had said this in one of her posts, and by continuously saying it, I feel like he is doing it to the girls to further antagonize them, as he knows they will watch the response. It's almost like winking or smiling at your victim in court.
Here she tries to make it look like her therapist and psychiatrist also think I'm a piece of shit, even though I never met either of them, because Paulina would go into a private room alone and ask me to not disturb her during her e-appointments, even though I was more than happy to drive her and go in with her to any of her other appointments. But damn, go off, sis.
Max then talks about what Paulina's psychiatrist and therapist had talked about, with her claiming that they also think he is a bad boyfriend, when they are more qualified to make that assessment than he is. Given Paulina's words here, though, she had even defended Max with such sentences as, the relationship ended because I was ill, and he couldn't take care of me, implying that Max had tried his best but found himself in over his head, but the therapist had corrected her with, he chose not to. Given the fact Max wanted her gone with the text that read, I think that's a great idea, in relation to her saying that she was going to go to a women's shelter, even though that may not have been the best place for her, to which Max didn't seem that much concerned. Like, why would you want your partner to go to a women's shelter if you wanted to be with and live with them? It doesn't make any sense. Max then claims that the reason he never talked with therapists about her condition, state of mind, and or progress within the sessions was because she would ask him not to disturb them. But even if you are told that, you can still speak to them after the session is over. I mean, what would be stopping you? I guess Max just didn't think of that one.
The women's shelter situation I talk more about in Craig's video. If you want to know more about it, basically just her being ungrateful that me and my family were the only people taking care of her.
Max then decided to address what Paulina had said about the women's shelter situation, but tells people to go into another interview that he had done with Craig Beckett on his channel, instead of actually addressing it in his response. However, he then shows emails of a conversation with Paulina's sister, which I find very interesting, so let's go through that. In Maxine's email, she is demanding an apology in regards to what Max had said about her behind her back in the interview with Craig Beckett, stating that, to make it sound as if I did not want my sister or would not have come to get her, I have proof I offered that I would come get her and she could come live with me. To say that her family doesn't want her is slander and hateful. It's hurtful that you, someone who does not know me, could say such things and publicly claim it to be the truth. And if she told you otherwise, that doesn't excuse that you felt it necessary to tell people this information. It's untrue and it's not backed up by any evidence. Instead of apologizing for spreading misinformation, Max just doubles down, telling Maxine that Paulina is in the fault and had inspired his exes to come out with their story, which is actually false. He then claims this to be slander and then attaches a series of suicide notes he claims Paulina had written, which is highly insensitive to show this to a family member. Max then gives Maxine an ultimatum that Paulina needs to retract everything and apologize not just to him, but his team and friends, even though that they were toxic and they went after her, and only then will he ask Craig to edit out the parts talking about Paulina, which is such a snake thing to do here. I would say that informing someone about their family member's mental state would be thoughtful, but as we have explored here already, Max doesn't possess a shred of empathy for those around him, and people are just tools for him to exploit. Max says when Paulina isn't blaming everyone else for her own problems, she is fishing for attention, which to me, given his most recent actions, seems more like a projection than anything else.
In this story, she tries to appeal to Corpse fans, but we have proof that she was in a Discord server with her friend shit-talking Corpse before my video went up in a channel called Corpse Will Die Soon, and in fact, she was the one who made me talk about Corpse in my video. That's not to say I like Corpse, I think he's an asshole, but there you go.
Max then blames Paulina for making him talk about Corp's husband in his Pick-A-Side YouTube, which is another manipulation as Paulina would have to have known about Max's past with Corpse, and who would have been the one to tell her all about this? This would have been Max. And we have seen before that Max doesn't always tell the truth and even stretches and manipulates it for his own gain, whether emotional or financial. Also, how does your girlfriend go about making you talk about someone in your own video? It's either that Max needs to think for himself and to grow a spine, or this is a manipulation of information and context.
Here's Paulina telling me not to tell anyone, specifically female fans, about my abusive exes.
Max then says that Paulina had asked him not to tell his female fans about his abusive exes. However, if we look at the messages, they tell a slightly different story. See, she never used the term exes. She said past abusive relationships, which could go both ways. But considering he told Olivia that Haley, Lucy and Sarah had all been abusive to him and cheated on him in the past, when that wasn't the case at all, do we really think that Max didn't manipulate Paulina in the same way? Max then says that,
as you can see, I have been nothing but kind and sweet to her.
And that may seem to be the case on the surface, but in this entire video, we have seen examples of Max spreading dangerous messages, using manipulation tactics, stalking those who do not wish to speak with him anymore, even after the police had been called on him, to the point they had to place a restraining order on him, being entitled to others responding to him regardless of what he may have done to them. And when people do not respond, he accuses them of something. And that's not even mentioning the creepy and unhinged behavior he has showcased over the years in his videos and in his past relationships. This is all a manipulative way to show Paulina in the worst light possible, while he shows that he is nothing but a little angel. His first clip of her was to showcase her as irresponsible of her own mental health, and he used it to further drill in that she shouldn't be trusted because of it. To Max, coming out with your own story of what was or what you perceive to be abuse is called harassing someone, even though Paulina had never called his YouTube channel into question and hadn't gone out of her way to tell her followers to attack him. She is simply telling her side of the story. And to be honest, I don't know the entire extent of the relationship. I mean, they could have been abusive to each other for all I know. However, from what I have seen, and from the recent testimony from Nexpo, Max was always the abuser. But we will come back to that at a later time. Max then claims that Paulina was the abuser in the relationship, which with Nexpo's side of things clearing up any doubt in my mind, I do believe that Paulina had played a bigger part in the toxicity of the relationship, but only because she allowed her insecurities and mental health to get the better of her. But Max is also being insincere here, as he too has been toxic in the past. And to suggest otherwise is very disingenuous. I'm not placing all the blame on Max here, but considering he has a habit of choosing younger women who have just turned 18 and insecure women to date, it seems that Max had bitten off a bit more than he could chew this time with Paulina.
Hi guys, my name is Ali Wang, and unfortunately, I am one of Max's exes.
You're pretty chipper for a rape victim about to talk about the rapist. I'm going to go ahead and skip most of what she says because none of it is important. If you want to watch it yourself, feel free, but it's a waste of time. She accuses me of being a rapist, an abuser, a stalker, and a groomer. Being that I am none of those things, I found it very hurtful and was curious why she was saying that about me. So I decided to reach out to her and ask her why.
Max then moves on to the weaker side of the testimonies against him, with that being Olivia. However, he doesn't contest anything, instead just saying that you are pretty chipper for an art victim. Which, to be honest, this isn't the first time we have seen unusual behaviors coming from someone who had either had something traumatic happen to them, or lost a friend, or a family member. It's not like what you see on TV. Everyone has a difference in how they handle or cope with grief or traumatic events in their life. And if anyone has seen The Tinder Swindler on Netflix, there are women talking about their relationship with someone who had secretly been conning and putting them into debt for his own financial gain, who don't immediately break down and cry, who are smiling and showing emotions such as joy and happiness when talking about their traumatic events. It should be noted that someone who is chipper or smiling doesn't necessarily mean that they are lying, but I will say that Olivia's behavior through this time period is suspicious. From her story changing to getting with YouTubers who are conducting their case against Max, such as Edwin's Generation. But for more details, I recommend checking out FPS Diesel's video on Max's downfall. But what could be even more suspicious than all of that, you may wonder? Well, remember that call Max had done with Olivia when she had been talking about him in her TikTok videos? Well, he shows a small clip of that here. But first, one thing that Max lied about in his response to Olivia was that he never stalked her, when that conversation between her brother and Max seems very damning of someone trying to manipulate her brother to secure a meeting with someone who doesn't want to be around him. This would class as stalking. But let's get to the phone call now.
I broke up with you literally because you were boring, to say the least. We never hung out. We never did anything. We never saw each other. Even though we lived together, we never did anything. I was bored as shit.
Why all the weird accusations though?
Because I'm so tired of seeing these fucking 13-year-olds making fan edits. My ex-boyfriend, who made me go fucking crazy because he was fucking crazy.
So you're being spiteful.
I'm being mad. What if I told the internet you tried to kill me?
Did I try to kill you?
Mm-hmm.
Did I try to kill you?
No.
Now, I know what you are thinking, but bear with me here. See, Max, being the master manipulator we know him to be, had taken it upon himself to splice bits and pieces of the phone call together to make it seem like Olivia made everything up. However, I am going to play you both versions of that conversation, and you will hear exactly what I am talking about.
I broke up with you literally because you were boring, to say the least. We never hung out. We never did anything. We never saw each other. Even though we lived together, we never did anything. I was bored as shit.
Have you not been in this situation with either me or any of your other boyfriends, like where you just you wanted to like scream, but you held it all in because you don't want to cause issues with them, and then it just builds up?
No, I've never been in that situation. You know why? It's because I'm so honest with everything I feel, and I know how to communicate in a relationship.
But even
So
even
no,
then,
I never dealt with that.
when I moved out, you didn't even tell me why. You made it about like you were crying all the time, and I was trying.
Yeah, at the time I genuinely did not know anything. You were making me go crazy. I was being neglected. I was like, I don't even have a boyfriend. I'm dating a wall. So I'm gonna break up with him.
Yeah.
And I kicked you out. And then that was that. I broke up with you literally because you were boring, to say the least. We never hung out. We never did anything. We never saw each other. Even though we lived together, we never did anything. I was bored as shit.
Yeah. I guess it was just the wrong time for me.
Or maybe we just were never supposed to be together.
I mean, that too. I mean in the sense like I neglected you specifically because I wanted to work. I don't know if you remember, but it was like a huge transitionary period for me. And I was trying to like make something out of YouTube while also getting this other job, and because I wanted to keep living with you and pay your parents' rent, but at the same time I wanted to just get the fuck away from everyone and be on my own. Why all the weird accusations though?
Because I'm so tired of seeing these fucking 13-year-olds making fan edits. My ex-boyfriend who made me go fucking crazy because he was fucking crazy.
So you're being spiteful.
I'm being mad.
Just why all the weird accusations though?
They're not accusations, first of all, and second of all, because I'm so tired of seeing these fucking 13-year-olds making fan edits. My ex-boyfriend who made me go fucking crazy because he was fucking crazy.
So you're being spiteful.
I'm being mad.
Gotcha. But why like bring like, okay, so you said like this, I would try to have sex with you while you're sleeping, right?
Yeah, you did.
Well, you asked me to.
No, I withdrew it. I remember asking you, and I was like, that's weird, and it doesn't feel right, so I withdrew it.
Yeah,
and then you continued to do it.
Okay.
And then that's when. And then after that, that's when you got the porn addiction.
No, okay. So this is how it went down, right? Every time you would ask me to do it, and when I would try to do it, you'd be like, cease! I don't know if you remember, that was our safe word. And then I would stop.
What was our safe word?
Cease.
I don't remember that.
Oh my god, you said it all the time.
What if I told the internet you tried to kill me?
Did I try to kill you?
Mm-hmm.
Did I try to kill you?
No.
Is there anything you do remember that I can clarify on or clear up?
No.
Okay. I'm so sick of being enemies. Like, I don't want to be enemies with you. We don't have to be friends, but I
I don't want you going through this.
Going through what?
Like the...
Being mad at you?
Yeah, exactly.
Why do you care?
Because I fucking care?
No, you care because you want me to stop making TikToks about it.
Well, like I said, you can, if you want to make TikToks for the rest of your life.
No, I don't need your permission. I'm very aware. Thank you so much.
No, it's not my permission. It's my blessing.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Like, you are more than welcome to say whatever you like. It's freedom of speech.
What if I told the internet you tried to kill me?
That I try to kill you?
Mm-hmm.
Did I try to kill you?
No, but what if I did, like, actually start lying and saying the most horrible things?
I mean, I would... If
then would you have an issue?
If it got to the point where people are like, can you respond to this, Max? Then I would be like, it's not true.
So how did you see my TikToks that I made? Did people not say, can you respond to this? Like, how did you even find them? Because I have you blocked on everything.
My Discord server members were like, Max, can you respond to this? And so I
it is at that point.
Huh?
So it did get to that point.
Well,
You
it's
said
not,
if it ever gets to that.
if it gets to the point where like fucking is talking about it, then that's when I would, you know, do like a one of those response videos, like my side type things.
Mm-hmm. And get a fake lawyer.
A fake lawyer.
And have a fake cop call me.
Okay, that was actually the actual police department.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it is.
Because he called me on his personal cell phone.
But then there was you with like the pedo accusations because
I never accused you of being a pedo.
Oh my god, there was that, what was it, that it was like a TikTok comment saying like I like them young or whatever.
I said you like them freshly 18. Is that a pedophile?
It's treading there.
So you see now, Max had manipulated evidence to make it seem like he was the victim. However, if we delve deeper into the phone call, we can hear Max confirming parts of Olivia's story, specifically when he had tried to kiss her and when she had told him no, they are just friends. She even says that when he kissed her, she had cried, and Max replied, I remember, in an almost proud tone of voice. Max even confirms that he did in fact tell people that Olivia cheated on him when she never did, and calling Olivia telling her that she killed their unborn babies, and he says, and quote, yes, that was very manipulative of me. A link to the full call will be in the description, and if Max decides to try and get the evidence removed, I will re-upload it on this channel.
Saying all the things that I did, but weren't talking about, like, why? Like, for example...
What was the reason?
So...
Why'd you do those things?
Well, that's the part you left out. Like, the... Okay, so you mentioned, like, holding hands in the movie theater, right?
Yeah, but you could clearly, I don't know if you can't, like, read body language or something, but I was clearly uncomfortable. I told you beforehand that... No, you're going to let me finish my sentence. Thanks. I clearly told you, and I vividly remember this, that this was a friend thing. And then you kept trying to make moves with me, and then no, you're going to let me finish my sentence. And then later that day, I was trying to show you a song, and you did try to kiss me. Do you not remember that? 'Cause I do remember that.
Along with the holding hands thing, we had held hands before. Like, you don't remember Nebraska's Furniture Mart?
No. I told you that specific day that I didn't want to. And then when you kissed me, bro, I cried.
I remember.
Okay.
And I had whiplash from that because it was like you... Okay, so this is...
No, you're acting like you can't read my motherfucking body language.
I was reading it.
Even if you didn't read it, I was so clear on everything that I said. I was so honest. I was like, hey, let's not do that.
Okay, can you let me finish like I did for you? When it came to the on and off thing, even at the movie theater, like in the reclining seats, you were putting your legs on mine, so it wasn't that out of left field for me to ask you to hold hands. I wasn't forcing you to hold hands. I put my hand out and then you held it and then you're like, this feels wrong. So
And
stop.
I literally never even said you forced me to hold hands. I never said that.
I think that's what you implied.
No, I didn't. But wherever you think I did, please send me the clip. So, because I want to see. I want to see why I said that.
Okay. I can get that for you. But
Okay.
anyway, I didn't think, and when I kissed you, it was like, you put on that song, you closed your eyes, and like, you were just on the side of your bed. And I was like, and it was like the exact same thing with when the first time I kissed you, like when we were in my car. And it's like you were...
Yeah, but before, when you kissed me the first time in your car, I thought you were actually gonna be like a great person. And then when you kissed me after that country song I played, I didn't like you in that way at all. Like I didn't even barely like you as a friend.
Then why go on like these semi-dates
Because
with me?
you are a narcissist and you kept making me feel like you genuinely gave a shit about me and you didn't. So you're so good at pretending that you do.
I do. I mean, that's why I'm
No,
wanting
you
to
don't.
call you now. Because I want to...
I really don't believe you, because if you gave a shit, then why did you threaten to kill yourself? Or why did you tell everyone I fucking cheated on you?
Oh
Why
my
did you tell
God.
me I'm a murderer to our unborn children? Why did
Yes.
you tell me all those things?
All that
yeah,
shit,
you did all
yes,
that.
yes, that was manipulative of me, and I was a piece of shit.
Yeah,
for that.
it was, and that made me go fucking crazy.
K-word
And then
or
you told
unborn
everyone I was the fucking crazy one. Oh, she's mentally ill because you made me mentally ill. Oh, she's depressed. Oh, she can't handle shit because you made me that way.
It's very interesting why Max left those key details out. Probably because it wouldn't give him a good look. Max then goes on to shed more doubt onto Olivia's story by showing her getting some of the information wrong. However, those who have been victimized and traumatized will have a foggy memory of those events. It is typical in traumatic cases, especially in PTSD.
No, this is just a short clip taken from a 30-minute phone call before she joined the group chat with all of my other exes. I have added the full call in the description, censoring only personal information. Here's evidence of her extorting me for money. I gave it to her only because I care about her dog. I told her that I do not want her to take down her TikToks if she did not want to, where she was accusing me of abuse.
Max then claims that Olivia had extorted him for money, but in the evidence he gives you, you can't make out what the conversation is even about, and if what he is saying is to be true. But don't worry, because I have the screenshots of the entire conversation. The reason Max scrolled past so fast was because he didn't want his audience to see that he had been in fact lying. Max actually offered Olivia money to help her get treatment for her pet. She never asked for it. She never demanded it. In fact, Max goes so far as to insist that she takes the money, and even when she says that she will give Max the remaining money back to him, he further insists that she keeps it. Olivia even goes so far as to say that she will feel bad about keeping money she did not earn. So this entire point is Max talking out of his ass and gaslighting his own audience.
But damn, go off, bro.
So she took the money, and then immediately accused me of giving her hush money. And then she tried to say I watched lolly porn, even though I literally had a channel dedicated to making fun of hentai, where she even appeared in an episode, but damn, go off, sis. And then she said I owned an anime body pillow. I have no idea how this relates to rape or abuse, but damn, go off, sis.
It's interesting that Max claims that Olivia claims that he watches lolly porn, even though in the call Max didn't contest to this.
So, out of all of my exes, Sarah is the worst. She has not yet come out publicly, and I think I know why, but she has talked about it to a lot of different people. She is in the group chat with all of my other exes, and they do plan on releasing her statement at some point. But before she can even get to that, I'm going to tell you what she did to me. Sarah repeatedly raped me and physically abused me throughout our entire relationship.
He's still just standing there. Look at his fucking cold, dead eyes. Right.
When talking about Sarah, Max makes a bold claim that Sarah had been the one to rape him, not the other way around. Which I guess could be true, as there is no evidence to suggest that Max isn't being deceptive, but again, considering the length he has gone into in order to paint himself out as the victim, by falsifying evidence, twisting narratives, and even lying to his own audience in specific events to paint himself as a victim of these women, doesn't really fill me with that much confidence on his part. But then after a graphic description of how Sarah had supposedly done this to him, he then says that she accused him of the same thing, and how he can't prove that. He didn't do it. But then says, how does one prove their innocence in that? The same argument can be used for Sarah. Max then says that Sarah had accused him of using photos of her in his video Heartbroken, which had been that over-dramatized video showcasing how Max really felt about the breakup, which is very contrasting to what he says here. However, getting back on topic, Max had censored her face, so he can use the photo, and doesn't need her consent in order to use it. However, if he didn't censor it, then Sarah could make that argument. Max then says that she had leaked nudes of him, which, if true, is completely despicable and I will wholeheartedly condemn that, but then shows a picture of him with writing on his face. Max then says him telling his side is manipulating you, when that is all he has been doing in this video.
Yes, Lucy. My first girlfriend. The one who took my virginity. The one who was my first kiss. And the one who has for
Today, Junior?
The last 4 years accused me of grooming her and stalking her and more recently rape, which she didn't say before, but I guess that's a thing now.
Max referred to me as Lulu. My handle on Twitter used to be like Detective Twigs or just Twigs or King Twigs. I don't know, like, a shit ton of them. Anyway, I dated MamaMax when I was a minor at 17.
That's not what you told me, but damn, go off, sis.
From 2016 to 2018. My birthday is the 24th of October, 1998. But we have some screenshots of people on Twitter like referring to us as a couple.
This screenshot is real. We started dating around August of 2016. According to her driver's license, that puts her 2 months from being 18 when we started dating, which might be why she told me she was 18 before we got together. Funny how my exes have a pattern of accusing me of things they did to me. I don't remember being pissed off when I found out, so if me not being pissed off that I was dating a 17-year-old instead of an 18-year-old makes me a groomer, fuck it, I'm a fucking groomer. Everyone's a goddamn groomer at that point. Oh, but wait a second, no I'm not, because the age of consent in both Texas and Tasmania is still 17, and moreover, she considered herself a consenting adult.
When talking about Lucy, he goes on to say that the age of consent in Texas is 17, when the law specifically states that a minor in Texas is under the age of 18.
I find this all very hilarious, since she was allegedly dating a 17-year-old boy from England named Harry when she was 20, while I was dating Olivia. Olivia will remember that. Maybe she'll confess to that. Hey, Olivia, if you confess to that, I won't sue you for extorting me and defamation.
I think it's in July of 2016 where he says he wants to cream pie me, which, is sexual activity as a minor.
I have no idea what non-anon means. Is this even me? I'll just say it is, because if I dare accuse them of faking just one screenshot, they're going to say everything I have on them is fake.
Max then claims that the screenshot of him saying that he wants to cream pie Lucy is fake, but doesn't claim that the others are fake when it puts him in a good light. How very convenient.
Told me he was 18.
This is true. I have always publicly went by the birth date given to me by famousbirthdays.com. Funny how my exes have a pattern of accusing me of things they did to me. Never mind the fact they just fucking dox me to about 20 to 30,000 people.
Max then claims that Magnetar had doxed him, but in recent live streams, Max goes on to say that it's not doxing when the name is publicly available, which Max had made public himself. On top of that, there is a video that shows Max with his full name on it back in 2011. So in Max's own logic, Magnetar never doxed him.
He told me he was 18, and then it wasn't until after I turned 18 he told me he was lying about his age and that he was actually 20.
Lucy, let's just pretend you're telling the truth, right?
Max, you just confirmed that you lied about your age at the beginning of your relationship with Lucy. So therefore, she isn't lying here. She is, in fact, telling the truth. So you saying, let's just pretend that you're telling the truth here, Lucy, doesn't make any sense, my friend.
And I just wanted to note as well, there would have been, I don't have any proof of it, obviously, and even if I did, I couldn't show it, but there would have been child pornography in this in that case.
What is this? Are you admitting, as a legal adult, that you are guilty of distributing?
Max then accuses Lucy when she was 18 of distributing CP, when she is referring to when she was 17, and considering Max had been 20 at the time, he is the adult in that relationship, so he would have been receiving and accepting those images. Max then downplays it and puts the blame entirely on her, which is consistent with the behavior of abusers. And he doesn't contest what she says, so Max at the age of 20 had been accepting sexual images of a 17-year-old, which is against the law.
I was a kid.
She was just a kid. She was just a little kid. Leave her alone. She was just a toddler. No big deal. Just an embryo sending nudes. She doesn't know any better.
That's your response to someone accusing you of receiving sexual images of someone under the age of 18? Oh, don't worry, guys. She was just a kid. She was just a kid. I'm 100% confirming the story. She was just a child. Leave her alone. Seriously, Max, how the fuck anyone took you seriously is beyond me, my friend.
I don't have a police report to back that one up. I don't have any physical evidence either. It was, like I said, 2017. I'm not going to go into the details of how he sexually assaulted me or anything.
That's okay, because I will. What? If I sexually assaulted you before we went to Six Flags, you look pretty fucking happy for a rape victim standing next to her rapist.
Max then shows an image of the picture taken at the time of Lucy and Max's visit to Six Flags, claiming that she looks happy after just being sexually assaulted. Which, if you actually look at the image, she doesn't look overly happy, not to the extent that Max claims her to be. She looks almost concerned about her well-being, perhaps even scared. We have to remember what Max cuts out of her testimony, that Lucy says she was scared, embarrassed, and was blaming herself for allowing that to happen to her, which is consistent to other SA victims.
So I didn't do anything about it. I just waited until my flight to go home, and then when I was safe back in Australia, I ended things with him.
You are a fucking liar. We stayed together for 4 more months until the end of April when I broke up with you. Anyway, I've had enough listening to her lie her ass off. I just want to end this section.
Max then claims that Lucy never broke up with him, and he actually ended the relationship. However, if you watch Heartbreak, Max in the beginning of the video says that after 2 years, Lucy, aka Twigs, had broken up with him because she found someone else.
Let me tell you a story. Max was going through a sudden breakup with an Australian girl he was with for 2 years after she found someone else. She went by Twigs or something.
It seems very much when Lucy had broken up with Max, he had been going through the stages of denial. Hence why those messages of Max claiming they are still together until April of 2018 are there. Max then says that Olivia can back up that he never had stalked Lucy when they had still been together. However, he doesn't tell the audience that he had manipulated her in the first date, lying to her about Haley cheating on him, Lucy cheating on him, and then Sarah cheating on him. Seems very suspicious that he failed to mention that point. Max then moves on to Haley, admitting to never abusing him, not being an ex of his despite what he told Olivia and other people, that he had been obsessed with her in his time with the military. However, he isn't telling the full truth, as the obsession had started just after graduation. Max then says, "This is not me invalidating her, but I'm just going to give my side of things," which he does do throughout her part in the video, claiming her to be a liar, which would be invalidating what happened to her. Max then brings up Craig Beckett to try and paint Anthony as a clout chaser, with Craig attempting to persuade Anthony to handle this privately, but that was never the intention of Magnetar's video. The intention was to share the stories, to try and educate the public of who they had been watching, and to try and stop Max's cycle of abuse and neglect, so that there won't be any more victims to his own madness. Craig attempts to get Anthony, Haley's boyfriend, to talk to Max in order to settle the situation, but ask yourself a question. Why would Magnetar, aka Anthony, want to talk to the person who stalked and abused his girlfriend in order to settle things? This is another manipulation tactic without context, which has been a trend in this video. It seems that Craig Beckett, the commentary bad guy, doesn't understand that concept. And on top of that, why would Anthony want to continue talking to someone with that narrow view and bias towards Max?
Ones who showed up out of nowhere to try to ruin my life with my abusers. Even after I tried negotiating with you and your boyfriend to handle everything privately and legally, and you refused.
I offered the opportunity to Anthony on the 30th of April to discuss and deal with these allegations privately and or legally. After inquiring about logistics on how this would be done, he then proceeded to give this heartfelt, emotional story about the situation, and then went on to decline the opportunity by saying, and I quote, "So I don't need to talk to him to discuss what we experienced." And then a few days later, after offering another opportunity to discuss this privately and legally, he completely left me on red and then blocked me on his private account for some reason.
In an effort to get to the bottom of this, I actually tried to get into contact with Craig Beckett. Unfortunately, I found he had disappeared off the grid concerning his own controversy that year. So I took it upon myself to call in an expert on finding people that don't want to be found.
What we do here is go back.
The context is that Craig had no intention of getting to the truth, but was doing all of this on Max's behalf because he believed Max was his friend, and because of that, he was willing to call Paulina a schizo, reply to the other girls in a condescending and sexist way, and to disregard any evidence that would prove Haley and the other girls right about Max. In a nutshell, Craig Beckett had tunnel vision.
I told him about my little sister's birthday party, which was happening at the end of June, and he just showed up. I didn't invite him.
Wait, what?
I didn't invite him.
Are you saying did or didn't?
I didn't invite him.
Okay, is this a Freudian slip? Because it sounds like you're saying you did invite me, which, yes, you did.
When talking about Haley's sister's birthday party, Max twists it, mishearing her testimony from "I did not invite him" to "I did invite him," and then just rolls with it to build his own narrative of the events. Again, another manipulation, as when hearing Haley myself, I can clearly hear her "I didn't invite him." Max then claims that Haley had told him where her father had lived, so he knew the location of the birthday party, and he backs this up with, I'm not a hacker. I don't know how to find anyone. That's why I have a team to find these people. Really, because that team must not be very good considering Max had no idea where Pablo Sonny had gone to. But we will get to that much later. Most of Max responding to Haley is complete hearsay. She claims something, then Max claims something else. So let's go to the moment of Max claiming that he would kill a man that had been quote-unquote abusing her.
Most of the notes were similar to diary entries, like what happened that day, things like that. He talked about how I lit up his day, how he looked forward to seeing me, and all of those things. He then brought up Dustin, who was, again, my boyfriend, and how he didn't deserve to have me. He had written out a whole plan on how he would get him out of the picture. I don't fully remember the exact details and don't want to speculate how he would have done it from memory, but I remember it being thorough and violent, and it freaked me out so much that I just threw the book down.
Wow, if that were true, that would have been really good evidence to keep. Now, I don't know if you're purposefully lying or just misremembering this, so I made a promise to her that I would kill the man who she claimed had been abusing her during our friendship. I will not go into detail to respect her privacy, but the notebook was a gift. It was filled with raps I made about us two torturing and killing him. She said I was a psycho, but she liked that about me. And this is me performing one of the songs in that notebook a few years later.
Here to fix and solving all the issues by dissolving you.
I never released the song out of fear she was going to call the cops on me, which is something she would do. And I gave up on my rap dreams.
Also, this is a guy that Max had been friends with at this time, so he admits to plan on murdering his friend because of something that someone else had told him. That is a very troubling thought, and a very troubling thing to admit. However, I don't believe this to be the case at all, and it's just another manipulation of the truth. Max then claims that the girls can't keep from contradicting each other's stories when these stories are not interconnected with each other, as they did not happen at the same time. Max then shows that he has no understanding of why Haley felt sorry for him, that she felt close to him in the past, but when he says, "But I thought you didn't reciprocate those feelings I had for you," that's not the same thing. Haley feeling close to Max because they had been close friends is not the same as Max having romantic feelings towards her, as Haley did not like Max in that way. This is another manipulation, twisting what she is saying to fit in line with his own narrative. Haley wanting to let Max down gently shows a level of compassion, but he doesn't mention that at all. Probably because Max doesn't understand compassion and empathy. Max then says, if you are reading off of a script, then at least put some emotion into what you are saying. Yet when Olivia showed her joyful personality, he says,
"You're pretty chipper for a rape victim about to talk about the rapist."
Interesting how the supposed victim Max claims to be doesn't understand that some people who are traumatized by an event take on a monotoned voice. But this is coming from the guy who had vocal surgery to make his voice deeper because he was insecure. I would have thought someone who claims to be the actual victim in this scenario wouldn't make these spineless jabs when talking about something as serious as this. I mean, this isn't a roasting battle with one of your YouTube buddies, Max. Max then says he tells Haley that he enlisted into the army when they got into the hotel room. However, he had already been doing his basic training prior to this event. And I find it odd that Max, in his version of events, didn't tell Haley he was making this plan to go into the army when they had been close friends prior to going into basic training. It simply does not add up. So from this, I can conclude this to be a complete lie in order to paint a more innocent scene. Haley then tells us that she can't remember every little detail that happened that night, which is typical with those dealing with traumatic events in their past, as trauma can mess with your memory. In some people, they will hyperfixate on the worst parts of the event. Others will forget most of what happened and can only recollect flashes of the event. And others can remember everything leading up to the event and afterwards, but not the exact event when recollecting. But Max would have you believe that this was all just an elaborate ruse or an excuse not to give more details. Max then spins a story of Haley laying in his lap as he scratched her head, to comfort her about joining the army, which again is very interesting that he didn't think to mention it earlier in the month to someone he was obsessing over. Getting back on topic here, he claims that Haley had later claimed to the military that Max was mentally unwell and had depression, which is a big no-no in the armed forces, as then you become a danger to the team and yourself. I mean, you're handling guns, you know? What's to stop someone from just shooting themselves? But Max claims that no, the military didn't care about that and just allowed him to continue, when that is a complete fabrication, as the military are even more strict about their rules than the police are about the law. I mean, it's not like we're going into World War III where we need every single soldier on the front lines, is it? Another weird moment here is when Max tries to defend himself against Haley's claims that she fought with Max and he had pushed her onto the bed to prevent her from escaping. Mind you, in a recent interview, she also added that she had been slapping him as well. However, Max claims they had been play wrestling and playing the game of, in Max's own words, where you try to hold the person down and stop them from escaping. This is his delusion at work here. Max has convinced himself that this is what happened, because what actually happened and the events after had been so traumatic to him that his mind had created these memories in order to protect himself. Or it could just be him gaslighting the audience again. When Haley speaks about Max putting his fingers in her shorts as she began to wake up, Max makes a weird claim of his own, stating that he could have raped her if he wanted to. As every time this happens in Max's world, it always ends in someone being raped, which Haley never made that claim, so why would he talk about that? At best, that would be called sexual assault. Max then lies about what happened after the hotel incident, speaking on Haley and him texting each other back and forth, hanging out multiple times when in reality he had gone back to basic training, as he had been living in the barracks in Oklahoma at the time. The next time Max had actually seen Haley was when he found her at her new workplace, and Anthony had to step in to tell him to leave Haley alone. Max then goes on to try and disprove this by saying on Christmas break he was surrounded by his family at all times because they had been worried about his mental health. But as spoken about earlier, Max's sister had been willing to lie about Paulina. Max then claims Haley lied about Anthony calling EMS to do a wellness check on him and says a friend of his saved his life, which I'm not going to contest that. However, Anthony may have called EMS, and while they had been on the way, a friend of Max's saved him after finding him on the floor bleeding, and Anthony calling the cops after EMS isn't out of the realm of possibility here. But personally, if I was in his shoes, I would have just called the police first. However, Max uses this information not to shout out his friend, but claim that he saved his life, but to twist it into don't trust these people and don't let them lie to you, which is another manipulation tactic, and it is very disgusting. He used the memory of his friend saving his own life in order to get a one-up on someone online who had beef with him. Very classy, Max. Very classy indeed. Another point to bring up is when Max says because he had been in Arizona, he couldn't possibly stalk Haley, when that is completely untrue, as any unwanted contact after 2 messages is considered stalking, according to the law that is. Max then says something truthful for once in his entire video, that he doesn't have any evidence to back up what he says, but carries on with the attitude of, but you should just believe me at face value because I'm the frickin' pedo hunter, which is consistent with how he acts in these days too. Max then says Haley doesn't have any evidence, which proves his side more, which is very disingenuous, as she showed the police reports filed against him, which shows an intent to getting him to stop contacting or trying to find both Haley and Anthony because they believed him now to be a dangerous individual, which just shows how effective Max's delusion surrounding the past is. In Max's own words, if I was the person Haley was describing, then I would have kept all of the Skype logs, text messages, and other stuff. But here is the kicker. Not everyone who is obsessed with someone or something saves absolutely everything. But hear me out. Maybe Max did save all of that. But then out of the fear of prosecution, he deletes all of that. as it has been shown that Max will do almost anything from manipulating people all the way to planning out someone's murder on a whim. Max's sister then comes back into the video to give more testimony, which doesn't necessarily disprove anything the girls say, as let's be fair, Max's sister hasn't been present in every interaction between Max, Haley, Lucy, Paulina, and especially Olivia, seeming as Max had moved in with her. Max's sister then goes on to say that Anthony and Haley had given out personal information of Max's family, which again is a bit disingenuous as nowhere in the video does it show any information about Max's family. An interesting point is, when his sister says Haley had made an account pretending to be Max, and Max acts like he completely forgot about it. But then in the next clip, his sister doesn't even know when Haley had made the account, which seems like another fabrication. Max then claims to have apologized to Haley, and all Haley has ever wanted was to be left alone, and he had left her alone for the past 8 years of his life. But then claims that the cops had been called on him for no reason, which isn't exactly true, considering in 2019, Max just randomly showed up at a local Walmart an hour away from where he lives, and conveniently is located near to Haley's place. He then says Haley doxed him on Kiwi Farms, but there's no evidence to suggest that Haley or even Anthony have accounts on Kiwi Farms. But Max has claimed before that Anthony had been the one to do that on Kiwi Farms, but now he is saying it was Haley. He then says, I have taken full accountability for what I did to you, but Max, I thought you said all you were was a little obsessive, that you didn't kidnap her and didn't keep her in a hotel room against her will, and certainly did not stalk her, but here you are contradicting yourself. To which Max at best has taken 10% accountability for what he has done to these women. Max then doxes Haley at the end of the segment despite what he believes. Full names are considered personal information, and revealing such information is called doxing. Max's last words to Haley are, "Please leave me alone," which just shows he thinks that this whole event had been all about him, when in reality, sharing their stories was to warn people so they could try and prevent future victims of Max's narcissism and abuse. Max then openly calls out Anthony, aka Magnetar, as a pedophile, because the supposed victim told Max it happened, but she doesn't have any evidence, no screenshots, no nothing. But someone claiming it happened means that it actually did happen, according to Max anyway. It's almost like it was to say to Anthony, you did this to me, now I'm putting it on you. It's your turn now, as retaliation for making a video on him, which is just absolutely irresponsible of him to go out with this message based on hearsay at best and no definitive proof. This is, or was, the renowned predator hunter. Seems more like a lunatic that deserves to be in prison if you ask me. Max then goes on a tirade about why Magnetar is trying to silence him, but in doing so makes another mistake in saying that it was Magnetar who gathered the X's when Max first claimed it to be Sarah after Paulina came out with her testimony. Max can't even stick to his own manufactured story, and we are supposed to believe Max is a credible source and not an unreliable narrator. Max also goes on to say Anthony uses manipulative language when he would know all about that, as Max practically was the man who wrote the book on manipulation at this time. But this is all just a projection. And remember, this is only 2 out of 3 allegations Max has thrown at Anthony. The third one comes much later. The actual reasoning behind pointing the finger at Anthony had been because he believed it to be a poetic end to his video, regardless if it was factual or not. Which just shows Max is a complete deranged individual who doesn't deserve to be platformed. As yes, people can make videos on this platform if they so wish. You can platform yourself, that was the whole point of YouTube. However, YouTube as a platform isn't a right. You don't have a right to make content on this platform. It is a privilege to make content on this platform. And this is a privilege that I think that Max has abused long enough, and he needs to be removed from this website altogether. Hang on a minute though. I'm sure there was more to this video the first time I saw it. Oh yes, the testimonies. We couldn't leave those out, as each one of those has a closely knitted relationship with Max, which is a conflict of interest in all of them, whether that is a friend, an employee, a family member, or a lover, all coming in with their own bias towards Max, and had been removed from the video for a good reason, because it's all infactual. Now, I'm not going to linger here too much, but I think it was a bit weird that the personal assistant said that she was the former significant other of Max, and then goes on to cry about how all she wanted was to be friends with Paulina. But honestly, if that's all you wanted, then maybe you shouldn't be sleeping with her boyfriend. I'm just saying, probably not the best icebreaker. Craig Beckett makes a notable appearance here as well, coming out with a story that mimics Max's situation with his exes, with the difference being that the story ended in tragedy. And then he says Max's exes need to bring out evidence to support their claims. But then in a weird twist, he says, but I'm not going to bring out evidence to support my friend's story because it's not mine to share. When you just shared the story? Nothing gets past this guy. No wonder what happened to Craig actually happened to him on the internet. You know what this is called? It's called anecdotal evidence, which is the most unreliable and least credible type of testimony.
And now, one of my friends is getting the exact same shit thrown at him again. So yeah, maybe I did go a little bit harder than some of my other videos. Maybe I was calling it out as hard as I can to maybe incite them to actually provide some kind of evidence to what they said. I mean, after all, the truth will come out, would it not? But I'll say this now, I will not apologise about how I went about this, because I didn't do anything fucking wrong.
Really, Craig, you did nothing wrong. So, you won't mind me showing the public this screenshot right here. So you didn't say, so much time to call out my words, not enough time to prove your case, you fucking schizo. Thanks for the shoutouts though. In case any schizos start thinking they can be clever, I urge you all to download the video, re-upload it wherever you want. I will not file any copyright against it. And download the Google Drive too for the lols. Oh, don't worry, Craig. I think that I could speak for most of us when I say we have the Google Drive. Imagine saying you did nothing wrong even though you had bullied someone on the internet by using their mental illness against them, by using it as a way to insult them, by calling them a schizo. That's the equivalent of Craig calling Paulina crazy because she suffers from schizophrenia. What a degenerate scumbag.
And no, I'm not going to be showing evidence of that story because it's not my story to share. Hell, if I wanted to share it, I would have shared it in the first fucking video. And you're well within your right to not believe what I'm saying because I haven't provided evidence. In fact, that's probably your prerogative to do so. And that's been my main argument from the very beginning. Disregard my beliefs on Max's innocence. This should be evidence. This should be facts. If you're going to accuse people of things that are a legal fucking crime that you would go to a court of law to prove or disprove and then get that person punishment over, but you want to sidestep all of that, just go to the internet and get the exact same amount of damage done to them without any of the fucking effort, then maybe we should be out there doing the same thing that a defence lawyer might do and just look to see if your stuff stands up in court or in general. And if you have an issue with me doing things that so many other people have done in the past, fucking cope. I'm done.
No, I don't think you're quite done yet, Craig. For Max's sister's testimony, I can't include it to be factual, as she is just reading off of a script, presumably written by Max, which is contrasting to what he had said about Haley not putting enough emotion into her retelling her story. The same can be said for the Discord admin reading off of a script again, that could have easily have been written up by Max, as he has a history of doing that. Let's remember that with the Life Sucks series. Also, can we really accept the testimony of someone under Max's employ, either paid or unpaid? Which can also be seen to be bribing or manipulating a witness, which is a serious crime. Max then brings on another alleged ex-partner who at first sounds uncomfortable and intimidated by Max, asking her what her experience was with him. But she then says that the reason they had broken up was that she is a very private individual, which seems very odd that you would break up with someone that is a public figure, not so very famous that you would be recognized on the street, but a public figure nonetheless. All because you want to have a private life. I mean, we all want to keep some parts of our lives private, but for that to get in the way of a relationship seems a tad bit convenient. This also indicates in 6 years, Max has had 6 relationships, which again is kind of odd. This also paints a picture that these women he had dated meant absolutely nothing to him, as he had been willing to jump from relationship to relationship, woman to woman, without a second thought. I'm not saying it's indeed an impossibility here, I'm just struggling to believe it myself, as it seems overly convenient at the time of the allegations. And without Max providing any context as to how long they had dated for and what time frame it had begun at, it's impossible to place it without speculation. The last testimony isn't testimony at all. Rather, it's an individual going off a rant about domestic violent relationship statistics and reading a weird story that has absolutely no relevance to the video at all. However, perhaps Max had a couple of good relationships that lasted less than a year. But regardless, it doesn't invalidate what his exes say about him. As yes, he could have been abusive to all of those exes, and then not towards these 2 women. I do want to further point out that all of these testimonies, except from Craig Beckett's story, had been under the supervision of Max, which is another reason it cannot be accepted as truth. If the testimonies had been recorded and distributed by a third-party individual, then maybe it could be different. Max then claims to be better and more honest at making these types of videos, when he had been very manipulative, twisting the truth to serve his own needs, and straight out lying to shift the attention away from himself. And it has been documented before that manipulative liars need to broadcast that they are being honest and to signal boost that as they believe it shows them to be so. But here it's odd he felt it was a necessary point to bring in here. But enough of the in-depth analysis of a disingenuous defense video. Let's move on. Max's friends and viewers had unfortunately been manipulated by not only Max but his sister as well, and they had begun to harass Anthony aka Magnetar, Haley and the rest of the exes. After watching the video, Anthony found his accounts, both personal and professional, had been getting flooded with death threats, attacks on his character, among other things. This had caused Anthony a great deal of stress, fear, and anxiety overwhelming him. Both Anthony and Haley had to inform not just their employers of the disturbing allegation, but their friends and family members as well, which must have been very difficult to go through. However, Anthony's employers had acted accordingly to the situation, granting some comfort in the idea that the allegations were not true, and took steps to protect him and to inform co-workers of the sickening attack from MamaMax. However, this did not stop people from finding out where they had worked, in which state they had been living in at the time, and made threats that they would come and find them. The toxic nature of Max's cult-like following had caused those who once surrounded Anthony to distance themselves from him. Those who covered the stories had either stayed silent on the matter or had aggravated the situation with their own comments. Viewers and members of Magnetar had cancelled their subscriptions and left comments of how disappointed they were in him. Even his co-workers hadn't been spared the grief. Anthony at one moment had even considered suicide, which is very disturbing, the level of influence Max had that he could name someone as a predator of children with absolutely no evidence at all, and how the audience had just eaten it up as a fact is a truly terrifying thought. How we all had been fooled by this malignant narcissist is unfathomable. Where the allegation against Magnetar was to be a retaliation, a personal attack, there was another story lingering in the background that was to target their business with other YouTubers. In a recent interview, it has come to light that Max had accused a YouTuber known as NightDocs of being a predator. However, Max did not state this in public, no, but rather behind the scenes, within the shadows, like the snake he truly is, in an attempt to cripple the relationships NightDocs had built with other YouTubers. He had accused him of not only being a predator, but a neglectful father, among other things, with absolutely no evidence to back up his claims. Sound familiar? NightDocs had even taken Max in, giving him a spare room in his house with his family at one point, completely rent-free, where Max didn't even think to ask to pay his own way, despite the bounty he received from his Patreons every month. NightDocs, once hearing of the rumors Max had been spreading among the other creators they had both associated with, felt a sense of betrayal. This had been a close friend to NightDocs. Considering their audiences overlapping, I believe that Max felt if he had made NightDocs disappear with these allegations, then he could steal the limelight from NightDocs, assimilating his audience into his own for maximum profit. And it nearly worked, as this had made NightDocs become very depressed and had even hospitalized him. So Anthony had not been the only victim of Max's narcissism and manipulative behavior. A link to that interview will be in the description below. This just spells out a complete neglect of Max's influence.
No, sir. Oh, no, you don't. Not on my watch. I'ma fucking destroy you now. Cause this is my livelihood. You've posed a threat. You dare pose a threat to my monetization? No. No. I'm out here changing lives. Reacting to Twitter drama all day. So what I'm gonna do now? I'm gonna fucking nuke you.
I'd actually like to see you try that.
On the 6th of August, Max had re-uploaded "This is what happened to a child predator" on TikTok, where in the beginning of the video, Max had shown a short clip of him pulling up to a naked man's house in his car, then proceeds to dox the man without first showing the evidence of the individual doing anything. Max then tells his audience that if his content style doesn't suit them, then they are free to leave the channel behind in the search for more content, when a percentage of his viewers are CSA victims who had been clearly triggered by his dramatization of the events. But because their feelings don't matter to Max, he kindly tells them to leave the channel. This shows another highlight of his lack of empathy for those he claims to protect. He then turns to another YouTuber who had been critical of his actions, who is a CSA survivor himself, with that being Tommy C, a commentary channel who reviews internet drama and recent events happening on social media and platforms like Twitch and YouTube. Max makes a distasteful mockery of Tommy C and Vito in this video, claiming that Vito is a pedophile, and Tommy, a CSA survivor, is a pedophile sympathizer, because Tommy did not bow down to him, which shows how fragile that swollen ego of his is. Imagine calling those you claim to protect and empower a sympathizer to predators. This goes hand in hand with a video Max had created about those who may disagree with his methods.
That's where people like me fit into this puzzle. Hunting and threatening the monsters of this plane, pedophiles and Zeus sadists alike. The type of person who can offer victims justice. And you can trust me. We can offer these monsters a battle that they have no chance of winning. A personal holocaust. Section of this video that was solely intended to tell my sob story so I could humanize myself for you before I go full psycho. I can now cut the crap and
certainly try. I will joyously burn you to the motherfucking ground. The kids who disagree with me can say what they want. They are kids. Kids are dumb and are corporeally incapable of knowing what's good for them. The fully formed adults who disagree with me can say what they want. They are pedophiles, and we are on our unwavering way to wiping them all out. Even if there was no good in doing what I do, I would still do it, just because I like it. So I will not stop. I will never stop. I will remain, conscripting my fellow psychopaths and nihilists by my side, who have been patiently waiting for a moment like this. At last, you will finally get the chance to taste the sweet flavor of murder. Intently aiming our hateful eyes at the tender throats of our vile enemies. They were deranged lunatics, and we are deliberate agents of chaos, purposefully deciding with our healthy minds to throw away our cozy little lives and consciously massacre not gentle and innocent children and animals, but massacre monstrous, powerful, predatory men, since there is no better prey out there than those who prey on others. It is simply in our nature as the apex predator, and with the level of bloodshed we can cause, oh, it will be biblical. So if the way to hell is paved with these good intentions, then I am simply coming home. Panic attacks. Looks like that day has finally come. So now, we will begin one of the most violent acts of monstricide to every pedophile who dwells within. And that brings us back to... I want to take them to a pair of pliers and a blowtorch, because there's too few goddamn guys who actually will. It does make me all the more grateful for the few of you who tune in.
We have a few options available to us. Remember those emails? Well, it would appear that there are those of you few who will watch my videos and then take matters into your own hands. Some of the brightest and darkest hunters I will ever have contact with.
Max then makes a contradiction in this video, apologizing for those hurt by his video. He then goes on to act like he is Jigsaw from the Saw franchise by saying he knew that Tommy would react in that way and that he was predictable, which is meant to insult Tommy. But then goes on to say that he didn't even predict that Tommy was willing to ally himself with actual pedophiles, and then brings up a screenshot of Vito saying how he chooses pedophiles, when that was nothing more than a joke. He further adds to this by saying there is nothing more amusing than the stupidity of the commentary community, which is kind of ironic, considering how the start to the current year has been going for him. Max in this instance is acting like a keyboard warrior, considering those who had been friends with him at the time had said he was an alright guy in the real world. And from the look of this guy, you know, when he hasn't got the murderous psychopath filter on, he doesn't look like he would stand a chance against someone like Tommy C in the real world. He then says how there are good apples in the commentary community, but that really just bottles down to certain creators who are willing to stroke his ego and tell him that he did a great job. After some unnecessary drama, Max finally gets to what people had clicked on the video for, when he claims Pablo Sonny had been found fleeing to Mexico, but also that Pablo's father was protecting him, and basically puts out a hit on the man, stating that he would lose no sleep if one were to do something about him, when there is no evidence to say that the father is even involved. Despite the cliche of fleeing to Mexico, Max then drags a hotel into the matter, claiming that his elite hacking team had traced him there with some technical gymnastics. But surprise, surprise, Pablo Sonny had managed to escape their grasp once again with the use of his spider sense. When I have to say that is another coincidence in a history full of coincidences. With a manufactured dead end, Max had then decided to go back to IMVU to catch an even bigger fish in that pond, one that he could feed to his audience. And after compiling a conversation with a predator, he then goes on to weave a story about this Wayne guy, telling his audience that the police had managed to arrest him, and implied it was because of his video, same as he did with Pablo Sonny. But sadly, the police could not hold Wayne, and he was released back into society. But don't you worry, Max then tells his audience, "You know what to do." He then says the full uncensored version of the video, including the name and address of this individual, is directly on his Patreon. So as long as you give him money, he will let you see this private information of a pedophile. Never have I seen a predator hunter put this information behind a paywall before, and people say that EA are monsters. After seeing this and witnessing Max crucify his exes, Haley, and most importantly, Anthony, Nexpo begins to see Max for who he truly is, and had even needed to take a mental break from YouTube because of this. As we have seen, Max has a trend of either calling out the platform for taking his videos down, and or targeting someone to deflect criticism, or accusing someone without evidence or proof. Nexpo had begun to distance himself from Max and eventually dropped him altogether. During this time, the focus had been turned back to Max as one of his friends, Craig Beckett, had been exposed for manipulating Tipster's friend into attacking him, but also for sending and receiving nudes from a 17-year-old girl, which Craig had been 27 at the time. Not only was this morally and ethically incorrect, but it was also illegal, which forced Craig to panic, deleting his entire presence off the internet, which just shows how spineless he truly is. However, in an unexpected twist from the testimony of Emily, Craig's victim, where she says that Max and Craig had been laughing in a Discord call about the situation and wasn't taking it at all seriously, which led Craig to writing "pray" on his forehead and letting Max get a screenshot of it so he can parade around on Twitter rather than making a video hunting Craig down, as that's what I thought Max was all about, right? Hunting the bad guys down. Instead of telling people of how shocked or disgusted he was by this revelation, Max instead tweeted out "lol" with the screenshot, which served as a teaser for a future music video for his YouTube channel, which came on the 29th of October titled "Pray." And Max would state that he expects one from Craig next. However, the lyrics to this video are somewhat baffling, with a few notable mentions. "Now you're the prey and we are the pred, and you will pay this debt with head to serve you naked men on this list in this land." Not gonna lie here, but this does seem a little bit weird. It was at this time that a notable member of the commentary community had seen enough of the toxicity surrounding MamaMax and the dangerous messages he had been sending out, such as wanting to hunt and kill predators, that everyone who disagrees with Max is a pedophile, and being able to name someone as such with nothing but hearsay. The member, which I will not name, had called the FBI, and they had begun an open investigation into Max's operations. However, this would be the least of his worries walking into 2023, as the mask Max had constructed had been slipping off and would soon be lifted to show the entire community just how much of a con artist and how unhinged he truly is.
Overkill. Son of a bitch.
That he was. But then again, so are you.
What the fuck?
On the 16th of January, Anthony's attorney had reached out to try and convene with Max in hopes of resolving this matter between the two. However, Max hadn't responded immediately, simply ignoring the email. It is here that the first decline of Max begins to take shape throughout this period, as Max had been neglecting not just his relationship, but his Patreon followers as well, as he had stopped giving them their rewards, which had concerned those who were giving him money. In the background, however, Max had finally taken Spencer's alleged case on, which had taken priority over his fans. It is highly suspicious that a predator hunter had waited 3 years before acting. Since 2020, so Spencer has had to wait all these years until Max had taken her case seriously, rather than just farming Patreons. A notable mention here is that Max had met Spencer through his sister, and in his own words, he would go on to meet all of the survivors through his sister, which I find alarmingly suspicious. Not only was the girl that pointed the finger towards Anthony allegedly victimizing her was also found through his sister, but all of Camden's victims had been as well. Now that is one hell of a coincidence, and is a conflict of interest even more so for Anthony's case, as let's remember, Max believes that Anthony stole Haley from him and turned her against him, and Max has always had a clear hatred towards Anthony. Due to not meeting the Patreon's deadlines with his fans funding him, his Patreon numbers began to decline, and others would vent their concerns and frustrations out on Reddit. Eventually, the past allegation had subsided and Anthony had still felt fearful, angry, and anxious from the false claim. But Anthony had begun to heal from the trauma Max had placed upon him, taking care of his mental health, in his own words, resetting his brain and taking a medical leave from his workplace. Max at some point in this period had renamed his channel to God Cult, which really should tell you something here. However, the reason he claims that he changed it was due to conversations with an actual expert of the subject. He learns that influencers actually engage in cult-like techniques in order to grow their audiences, which is an insane way to look at things. Considering in cults that you are not free to leave, and in audiences, a member can leave whenever they choose. This is obviously a projection. However, Max claims that he renamed the channel as a way to parody this, which would be for little effect, as it would ultimately damage his branding and success of video retention, as people when seeing the notification wouldn't know it was his video they were being notified of. On the 10th of May, Max's team had responded to Anthony's attorney, who had been representing him, where they doubled down, claiming Anthony to have been defaming Max, that his video The Truth About MamaMax had been spreading false information when it was his ex-partners and Haley who had been sharing their stories, not Anthony. They also claimed that he had been reaching out to friends, family, and peers through social media to collect personal information to be used against Max, to which they gave no evidence, telling the attorney that Anthony had doxed Max but failed to give details about Anthony editing the video to remove the information, so there had been a clear intent on censoring personal information. They then claim that Max had disproven the claims made by his exes and Haley, when this wasn't to be the case at all, as previously explained. They also made it clear that Anthony has a behavior towards minors which has yet to be proven. Again, they share no evidence of an event taking place. They claim to have substantial evidence and multiple witnesses to testify in a public court of law, which again is false because he would have showed it in his video, just like the rest of the videos he supposedly caught pedophiles. Max's team then presents some terms that Anthony must abide by for this to be resolved, with those being: number 1, he must take down his video, The Truth About MamaMax, and all public posts surrounding Max and his channel from all of Anthony's platforms. Number 2, Anthony must cease all communication with Max and anyone who has any relationship with him. Side note here, I think the team meant to say anyone who has any relation to him, as the previous phrasing doesn't really make any sense. Number 3, Anthony must then give a sincere private apology to Max, which includes stalking for 10 years, filing false police reports against Max, contacting Max's ex-partners, creating and disseminating false allegations, refusing to handle the matter legally and privately from the outset, producing a video that contains Max's personal information, doxing him and his family on the internet, and further attempting to gain Max's personal information. Number 4, Anthony must provide a public apology on his YouTube channel, Magnetar, stating that the two of them have resolved their matter privately and will be ceasing communication moving forward. Number 5. Anthony must never speak about Max ever again in public in any capacity directly or indirectly. They then say in return upon compliance with Anthony, Max will agree to, number 1, remove his response video exposing Anthony's supposed actions. Number 2, abandon all future projects and documentations relating to Anthony. And number 3, drop all contact with your client. The end to the email is them saying how Max is prepared to go to court and testify in front of a jury in this case, where they will present all evidence and witnesses, including those who have received messages from Anthony about Max and the underage girls he had preyed upon. They then say that Anthony has until the 1st of June 2023 to comply with the above terms. Failure to do so will result in immediate legal action. On the 14th of May, Anthony's attorney responds with, I recently received a reply to the below email sent some time ago. In the absence of a named legal representative, I will continue to correspond directly to this address. Please contact me to arrange for a phone call. On the 17th of May, Max's team had responded with them thanking the attorney for his response and that they appreciate his willingness to engage in the matter, but then say, quote, and we wish to clarify a few points to ensure that there is no misunderstanding going forward. They then say that the terms are non-negotiable and that they wish to continue the conversation via email so that there is a written record of their discussions. A notable quote here is, we understand your request for a direct contact with a named legal representative. However, due to the public exposure and behavior exhibited by your client, we are limiting the sharing of personal information beyond what is necessary for legal communication. This isn't how the real world works. When an attorney requests something such as a named legal representative, then you must provide that unless you are wishing to represent yourself. However, in responding to the attorney, Max is impersonating either a law firm or an attorney, which is a crime to do so. What was it that he once said to Anthony? I have never been and never will be a criminal. Sounds legit, right? Oh, the irony. As per the Solicitors Act 1974, no unqualified person is to act as a solicitor. Any person who contravenes this is guilty of an offense and liable on conviction on indictment to imprisonment for no more than 2 years or to a fine, or both, depending on the severity. Max's team, if there even is one, is running the risk of imprisonment by doing all of this. The same day, the attorney had emailed Max in hopes of getting around the absurd responses from the MamaMax legal team. With Mr. Stryker, as you know, I contacted you some time ago to attempt to resolve a dispute between you and Mr. Anthony Field. You made public statements about Mr. Field, which are defamatory and highly damaging. We request that you publicly retract accusations you have made against him and remove your online video containing the statements referencing him. In order to resolve this matter quickly and effectively, my client is open to a mutual release and non-disparagement agreement in lieu of taking further legal action against you to repair the harms. Mr. Field has not taken any tortuous actions against you, but as an act of good faith, as part of this proposed agreement, Mr. Field would remove any online content referencing you. Further, Mr. Field has never committed any criminal acts against any person. If you believe you have evidence of criminal behavior, any such matter would be outside of the scope of a civil agreement and inappropriate for this dialogue. If you have an attorney representing you in this matter, please provide me with their contact information and I will correspond with them directly towards concluding with this matter. 2 hours later, the attorney had responded to the non-official legal team with, I am unable to correspond with an anonymous party claiming to be a legal representative. An attorney must identify themselves per ethical guidelines of the profession in all jurisdictions. While individuals do have the right to represent themselves, to hold oneself out as an attorney on behalf of another without admission is unauthorized practice of law. In the absence of an identified attorney, I will operate under the presumption that Mr. Stryker is not represented by counsel in this matter. This pretty much confirms that whoever has been responding to Anthony's attorney had been impersonating a legal team and is not qualified to speak for Max, which again is a crime. So now we can understand that Max and his team are not above crossing the threshold of the law. On the 24th of May, Max or his associates had responded by refusing to adhere to what the attorney had spoken about and had doubled down once again with the allegations and basically told the attorney that he was the one talking out of his ass. These behaviors are not only torturous, but criminal in nature, resulting in considerable emotional distress and harm to our client. We emphasize that our client has been exercising his freedom of speech to document the criminal activities of Mr. Field. Such actions are protected by law, and our client has no intention to cease them unless the terms are met. This is starting to sound a lot like Anthony's attorney is trying to make amends with a nation he previously attacked in a total war game. They then dispute the idea of Anthony not having any criminal activity towards anyone. 2 lines of dialogue here I find deeply intriguing, however, is we have concrete evidence and we stand firm in our position of the truth made against your client. Yet when Max has since been pressed for evidence, he has deflected and not shown any evidence. So it can't be that concrete if the supposed pedo hunter can't share the necessary information. Maybe because he never caught anyone and this whole thing had been a scam all this time. They then attach a PDF contract that they claim Anthony must sign before the 1st of June 2023. However, the contract looks very sloppy in presentation and seems that it had been rushed. It looks very unprofessional and not indicative of a legal team's representation. The attorney at this time had responded to Max with, "Please do not continue to send correspondence under the pseudonym of MamaMax legal team, as this is a representation and the unauthorized practice of law has potential criminal implications." The attorney here is actually being very charitable with Max here, even giving some advice and a warning that if he continues under the fictitious name in these proceedings, then he could face criminal charges. The response to this went down like you can imagine, with them stating that they won't be engaging in a confidential conversation regardless of wanting to remain anonymous, which doesn't make any sense, and no further legal action had been taken since the 1st of June as well. Throughout this time, the team had simply just been buying time and has no grounds to be making any threats to an individual that they have no evidence to back up their allegations. Because in Max's own words, he believed it would be poetic if the person accusing him of some very disturbing stuff had been conducting in some very disturbing stuff, meaning he accused Anthony on a whim. At this time of Max messing Anthony's attorney around, Anthony had no choice but to suspend the lawsuit as he had run out of money and resources to pursue the case any further. This is very interesting because it shows who MamaMax off the camera really is, and that is a complete coward. At this time, Max had returned to his subscribers with him uploading a video that would be the most vile video he has ever created. And that is saying something. A video that had changed more of his viewers from long-term fans to skeptical viewers, and others had left altogether. Max had uploaded how this little girl makes $150 billion every year, where Max shows a new dramatization that made the community sick to their stomachs. A dramatization of a minor being assaulted, simulating CP, which shocked the audience, and after a moment of backlash, he took down the video, but then re-uploads it to Vimeo and linked his Patreons to it before giving his main audience on YouTube a heavily censored version of the original video, which was made to farm more Patreons to fund the investigation into Camden and his cult that has supposedly victimized hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of minors. And both versions of the video had been released as a teaser for what he had in the works, as Max had told his audience that he had been documenting the evidence against Camden. This had been what turned some of his audience against him, as they were disgusted by what they saw, and even CSA survivors had been triggered by what they saw. At the end of the uncensored version, Max makes a call to arms before the depicted child had bitten off the genitals of her abuser and then slices his throat out. In Max's mind, this was meant to inspire survivors to come out, but it just shows his own negligence towards his audience. After this display of recklessness, Max had disappeared back into the shadows for another few months, until someone sees a new video not from Max's channel, but Spencer's channel, that Max had been giving clout to so she can build her own audience, which again is suspicious. Even more suspicious that Max had been planning on moving Spencer into his home and giving her all of the Patreon money. So not only is he giving her clout, but he's given her money, and he's giving her a spare room in his apartment or house, whatever it is, which can also be seen to be bribing a witness, which is, again, a serious crime to be making. On the 22nd of October, Spencer or Max had uploaded MamaMax dancing for 10 hours, which isn't what you think. In the video, Max does dance to the current theme of his channel, but rather than dancing for 10 hours, he dances for 1, before leaving through a door on the left side of the camera's view, and then in the next minute, he comes right back into view, but from the camera's right side view. And this occurs regularly throughout the video. So as many people had claimed to be worried about Max's state of mind, don't worry, this was a looped video. On the 28th of October, Max had uploaded a new video, a sequel to the last part, which had only been available to those who had been Patreons, which had been called Brainwash Your Favorite Influencers, which consisted of a call to action in his community to send the video to their favorite influencer. However, Max had also demanded other YouTubers in an aggressive way to react to the video, and when people did not respond to him, he had told them,
"Your silence will not go unnoticed,"
like he is the Punisher. He had also sent out NDAs to certain creators, which are like contracts, with the two notable objectives of the contract being, you must react to the specific video for at least an hour and give respective feedback, and the other being, you cannot reveal any evidence that is shown to you. But Max's objective here is to spread the word about the dangerous cult he's investigating into, which doesn't make any sense at all. Plus, if creators can't show evidence of what they are talking about, then why would anyone take them seriously? This falls into Max's new belief that testimonies should be taken at face value and as evidence, believing the survivor's words, as it were. When in the previous year, he had been accused of some very disturbing things by 5 different women, which had mostly consisted of testimony, with Haley being the only one to show evidence to support her claims. But in Max's own mind, people's testimony should only be believed at face value if he is supporting it, in which, again, doesn't make any sense at all. However, regardless of Max's attitude, it is what is inside his video that counts, as he makes a very disturbing message to those who may disagree. Through the captions that reads, any influencer who denies the content herein is more than likely one of at least one of the following: abandoner, child abuser, child exploitator, child molester, chronic liar, cult leader, cyberbully, domestic abuser, drug addict, emotional manipulator, enabler, exploiter, groomer, human trafficker, internet predator, kidnapper, manipulator, narcissist, neglector, pedophile, psychopath / sociopath, like he's treating those in the same category, sadist or stalker, which means you have to follow and agree with Max, otherwise you are one of the following, which is kind of ironic that you are trying to warn others about a cult that uses manipulation tactics to brainwash people when you yourself, Max, are using manipulation tactics in your video and have been doing it for years. This is a massive red flag, as it shows narcissistic manipulation techniques to try and silence criticism. Unfortunately, it didn't work, which further drove his audience insane when he released the video later, as they hated this breadcrumb trail of content rather than just working on the documentary then releasing it to the public with actual evidence. Now, Max could have contacted any YouTuber to spread this message, including true crime channels and predator hunting channels, but instead he chose to contact those with the biggest audiences for clout. See, his type of content would lie in the true crime area of YouTube, so collaborating with those people, or pedo hunters, would have been the right call. But unfortunately, Max and Spencer didn't want their attention, which would prove to be another nail in their coffins. Max at this time had decided to contact someone who had given him support in the past, with that being Moist Critical, and the two of them talked about the investigation in Discord. On the 30th of October, Spencer had gotten rather fed up with the lack of interest in a case with no immediate evidence to back up their claims. So she goes live on her channel titled Reacting to MamaMax's video since no one else will, which seems like a very childish thing to say, let alone put in a title for a stream. However, Max does make a notable appearance in this stream, where he admits that he is now under investigation from the FBI for his doings, and it would later be revealed that they had seized the evidence of these predators from Max's mega account for criminal activity. Max, like always, goes with the ends justify the means by seeing that no one is willing to react to his little video, so he begins to go on the attack with other influencers and creators, calling them out for not giving him the time of day, which is an aggressive way to go about it, as we have all got our own things to be doing, many of which would probably feel that their audience isn't suited for that type of content, and or their own content isn't relevant to the topic at hand. I mean, you wouldn't see a creator with a fan base of children to be sharing a disturbing tale of this magnitude with their audience, would you? With that being said, however, it seems that whoever gets contacted is primarily Spencer's decision, since Max feels he should take a back seat to those type of decisions, regardless if he is representing her case or not. In clips now surfacing, Spencer can be heard telling Max that they should also contact channels like Game Grumps, because their audience comprises of mainly children. Where I can see the benefits of educating children about the dangers of an individual that they don't know, like stranger danger, but instead, they want to educate them about a leader of a dangerous sex cult. How the hell would you go about telling children about that? But it seems that their priorities aren't in the right places, as it would make more sense to create a timeline of events with evidence to back up their claims than to ask other channels for help, when you have no proof that even these events had happened. Max then goes back to his roots by going on a weird and creepy rant about the purpose of humanity being to reproduce, which many could argue that isn't the purpose of humanity at all, as there isn't a set destiny for our species, or purpose, as that could be said about any other species on the planet. Some may even say that the purpose of humanity are to be the caretakers of Earth, to help other species that cannot help themselves, and to help the world to prosper. But that's just a theory. He also brings up some homophobic and transphobic stuff into the conversation. They also talk about making God Cult merch, which should be the least of their worries at this time. As I've said before, their priorities aren't in the right place. More inconsistencies with Spencer's story soon come up as well, which isn't surprising since the two have yet to build that timeline of events that supposedly took place. Max also talks about Pablo, Sonny, and Wayne in this video, two predators he supposedly had uncovered in the past, but claims he doesn't know where they are, which is a very important detail to make note of here. As Max had claimed in the past, he has an elite team of hackers to track these people down, as said in his Believe or Abuser video a year prior to this stream. So either the hacker team no longer works for him, or they just simply never existed in the first place, or the hacker team aren't as elite as people were led to believe. He then talks about the brainwashing video being a wake-up call to those on the platform about the techniques cults use in brainwashing people. This is what Max also believes influencers do, which is again incorrect. But I guess that must mean I'm a cult leader now, by Max's own standards.
Seriously? Sounds like some unitology crap straight out of Dead Space.
All mankind brought together with one purpose, with one mind, with one soul.
Moving into November, Max tries to reach out to Charlie, aka Moist Critical, but he doesn't get back to him straight away. Max then begins to see that his main audience has begun to revolt in the light of his most recent upload. On the 11th of November, Max had uploaded "This is what happened to MamaMax," which shows the barriers of his delusions as we come face to face with arguments that should never have seen the light of day. This is the first time Max makes the mission of his channel become clear, where he says instead of catching predators online, he now empowers children, which is a vague statement and a contradiction as he is trying to catch the most elusive predator to date. One that is a vampire-werewolf hybrid, if you can believe that. Sounds like some shit out of Twilight. In this, Max responds to several comments that don't share his belief about what he is doing with harsh comments. But first, he claims that his content was always to spread positivity to those suffering in the world, which can be seen like that on the surface, but when you dig deeper into the rabbit hole, Max had no intention of not only spreading some good messages in his Life Sucks series, but also in making people believe that he had all of these terrible things happen to him throughout his life. And yet, he is still such a nice person, regardless of Max's guilt seeping through the lines of his script. He then says that YouTube didn't like that, so he changed gears and went into hentai reviews, which wasn't exactly what happened, as Max had mentioned prior that he was getting bored of the Life Sucks series, so he changed to hentai reviews. He then makes the same argument, but again this is another lie, as Max had seen that YouTube wasn't recommending his video to as many potential viewers as he would like, as his core fanbase weren't interested in these videos. So he began making gaming documentaries, to which I have to say are some very good videos with some really great effects, and highlights his talent as a filmmaker and storyteller. Max then goes further by sharing some very personal details about one of his exes that he didn't care to explain in his Believe or Abuse Us video, stating in his own words,
"Even in my own life, I noticed those who inflict pain have often been subjected to similar horrors in their own pasts."
Which is a bold claim to make while showing pictures of one of your exes that may or may not even be true, and is in fact negligent of your influence and is irresponsible. If that is to be the case, then it's not your story to share. This was apparently his descent into catching predators online. Max then tells us that the dramatizations in his videos are called the MamaMax universe, which is a dystopian one set in the future where the predators have reached global dominance and that a secret organization had been founded by those society had failed to protect. And this virtuous group had gone out and taken their vengeance upon those who would bring harm to children. However, the issue with that is, it's a misdirection, as Max has made some very harmful and dangerous messages in these dramatizations, and doesn't take full accountability for that at all. Instead, he would rather respond to criticism in a, "If you can't see what I am trying to do here, then you should just leave." See, criticism exists so a person can learn and grow, but Max has never understood this lesson and makes new mistakes that have ultimately cost him his credibility and reputation. In the rest of the video, Max praises those who agree with him and smites those who do not, with his narcissistic personality as his weapon. So from this we have learned that it is either Max's way or the highway with his audience, and that everything in his videos are pure fiction except when he is showing a predator's face, which doesn't make any sense as dramatizations are used to show the viewer what had happened to the victims of a tragedy or a crime or even an accident, and tries to be as accurate as possible. But in Max's videos, he had, in his own words, created revenge porn, which is a weird way to put it. So if the dramatizations are fake, then that gives us the question, what else could be fake? This had begun a series of events that would unravel in the beginnings of 2024. However, there is a contradiction in this video when Spencer joins the scene to inform people that she is offended by those who are being offended for her, which is a weird stance to go on and shows that she isn't at all grateful for the support she is receiving. In the first moment, however, she seems to be acting very bubbly and joyful, which, as spoken about, is quickly turned off. Like a mask had just been removed, a light switch if you will. But that moment of being bubbly and joyful had been exactly what Max had criticized Olivia for. Regardless, the only reason Max had brought Spencer on was to shield himself from the criticism, which he will do a lot of in the future to shut down anything that he can't explain.
It is very unfortunate that this format overshadows projects designed creatively around the subjects they are discussing. So, to address this, I will continue making videos like this one.
This video feels very exploitative itself.
Your feelings about the video, without explaining further, are noted. Here's a message from the survivor herself.
Hey everyone, I'm Spencer. I am here to talk today about some of the reactions towards the trailer. I appreciate every bit of support that we have received, and I appreciate all the constructive feedback. What I do not appreciate is people being offended on my behalf.
Max then shows Camden with some interesting captions.
Hear the roar.
Camden Gerard. Leviathans are coming for you.
There's a possibility he will use anonymous accounts to spread rumors or false information about the victim. He may attempt to engage drama-orientated media sources, leveraging their platform to spin a narrative in his favor. He has a history of spreading disinformation to deflect from allegations against him. He may resort to legal threats as a method to suppress this story and silence victims. According to multiple sources, he is implicated in criminal activities affecting minors. It's not uncommon for figures like him to accuse detractors of slander in an attempt to shift the narrative. This individual could potentially use his charisma and persuasive tactics to turn the public against this video and its creators. There's a possibility that he will use social media and other platforms to discredit us, or to make counter-claims to confuse the public, document his actions and send them to us. Thank you for reading. At the end of all this, I intend to interview you. I want to understand your childhood. With that last caption, it seems like he's either talking to Camden directly or to the victims. However, all of these things he accuses Camden of, Max has already been guilty of in the past and will be guilty of in 2024. A notable one is this individual could potentially use his charisma and persuasive tactics to turn the public against this video and its creators, which was what Max had done in the previous year to Anthony, Haley, and his exes. But that's not the only thing he was guilty of in that list. After having no response from Charlie, Max thinks that Charlie isn't interested in covering the story. Which if he isn't, then fair play, as Charlie doesn't have to cover something if he doesn't want to, and there shouldn't be negative consequences if he decides not to cover the story. However, there would be narcissistic consequences to come.
But I am being the nicest I could be. I could literally cancel you, Charlie. I could literally cancel you. And I choose not to. It's true, though. It's the truth. Like, I'm the friggin' pedo hunter. Do I seem like a stalker? I clicked this video because I thought he was talking about me. Because I get it. Like, I get what I'm doing is creepy and obsessive. It is. He's definitely talking about me. He's definitely talking about me.
Hello, friends, it's me.
What was that?
I have no idea. I have not the slightest clue what the fuck that was. SS Sniper Wolf. SS Sniper Wolf. SS Sniper Wolf is cancelled now. SS Sniper Wolf this, SS Sniper Wolf that. Oh, SS Sniper Wolf. That's all I hear anymore is SS Sniper Wolf.
It's sad. It's sad. Like, I understand. I understand why we hate her. I understand. Like, this is garbage. I get it. I agree. I literally agree with you. I'm on your team here, Charlie. I'm on your team. We are on the same team, buddy. Hello, friends, it's me. That's right, the bright dad.
Wow. Holy shit, that was so cool. I really liked that.
Do I look gangster, though? To cut to that? About, like, Charlie? And then you can cut to a seizure. And then you can cut to me interacting with Beautiful. And then, like, adding, like, something weird I'm doing or something weird is happening to me. Yeah, like those three, you know?
What the fuck does it matter what he's wearing? What the fuck are you wearing? What the fuck am I wearing? What are any of us wearing? What does it even mean to wear something?
God, dude, you know how much you could do with all that power? God, one friggin' conversation with Spencer, one upload, that's all it would take for this. That's all it would take.
Look, I'm on your team, everyone. We're on the same team here.
I'm just trying to get everyone is on Sniper Wolf. I'm just trying to
take Bikini Bottom and push it somewhere else.
Like, stop focusing on this and focus on something more, you know? Golly, what the fuck is wrong with us? God, we're fucking apes. We are literally apes, babe. Look at what we're fucking doing.
When Max had uploaded on the 25th of November, "This is the greatest cancellation of all time," at Penguins0. #WeAreReal, which seems familiar. Oh yeah, this is exactly the same response he gave to Anthony back in 2017 when he ignored Max's letters. The first half of the video is Max making light of the situation between Jax Films and SS Sniper Wolf when she had doxed his home address out to her audience, as let's remember that is nowhere near as important as a story to cover that doesn't have any evidence to support it, as it doesn't contain Max's ego. This is also what he had done to Tommy C when he had received criticism from him in the past. Now, if you have a renowned pedo hunter coming after you, putting your face in the thumbnail, your YouTube handle in the title, what do you think the audience would be thinking on first glance? They would be thinking that you are somehow involved in activity that would be bringing harm to children, or even that he is connected to the cult somehow. This was to be the point that showed everyone who Max really is, a manipulative maniac. However, the problem wasn't the title or the thumbnail, it was the video itself. People now believe this was to be clickbait, to drive viewers in and claim ad revenue, and to send people to his Patreon. They also added that creators shouldn't be obligated to respond to this story, however the tone used in the video is one with, "You need to cover this." Like it's a standard being forced onto Charlie. This further highlights a lack of empathy for those not just in his care, but to everyone surrounding him, and in an unexpected twist, Charlie had responded to someone demanding to stop ignoring MamaMax, when it turns out Charlie hadn't been online for the past 2 weeks because he had COVID. Commenting on Max with, "Jumping to the most extreme possible explanation for me not seeing it, which is really cringe." After seeing Charlie's response, Max then, like the weasel he is, decides to change the title to "Reacting to the Reactions of SS Sniper Wolf's Actions," and then cropping Charlie's face out of the thumbnail and replacing it with Sniper Wolf's face. But he didn't change a single thing in the actual video, which was the biggest issue for many audience members. On the 28th of November, however, Max then began a live stream titled "How Online Cults Are Harming Our Youth," where he had invited Lyrics onto the stream for a debate. Spencer in this stream has an attitude of, "How dare you not believe I'm a survivor," when all they had been giving was words, not evidence. She also sounds very chipper for someone who had survived a harrowing experience, not only being indoctrinated into a cult, but being AR'd and impregnated and forced to miscarry 3 times in the span of 3 months. Which isn't realistic at all, as that's not how the human body works, as the minimal time it takes for someone to notice they have even become pregnant is 2 weeks, and that's at minimal. But Spencer, in her own words, had only been in the company of Camden for 3 months. And you can get pregnant again as soon as 2 weeks after miscarrying, at the minimum. I'm not saying it's impossible here, I'm just saying it's improbable. Throughout the stream, Max deflects criticism by either giving vague answers or hiding behind Spencer. Interestingly enough, Max wants to build a conversation with other YouTubers, but only if they are willing to stroke his own ego. Seems like a trend throughout this history, don't you think? When Lyrics tries to talk to Max, his questions either get sent to Spencer or interrupted by Colton, one of Max's friends, with him interjecting from time to time, which begins to weigh down on Lyrics' patience until the boiling point, where he says he doesn't care about Spencer and he is only interested in talking to the guy with the channel. All the while, Max had been reading the donations that were meant to disarm Lyrics' points. After being backed into a corner, Max kicks Lyrics from the call, and the quiet and submissive Max turns up his volume, stating that Lyrics had taken the L on this one, and uses him as a scapegoat, stating, "And it is a reflection of a greater problem in our civilization that there are cult leaders everywhere. There are child predators everywhere. Sorry, Lyrics took the L on this one." When that was further from the case, as Max would soon realize. See, Max isn't interested in listening or learning or even growing from these experiences, which potentially can bring more harm to supposed survivors than any predator could. The same can be said for Spencer as well, with this notable quote. "Yeah, no, I was about to tell him off because you're not gonna sit here and minimalize all the shit like we went through, knowing there's hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of victims." Which is very weird that she uses that phrasing hundreds upon hundreds, as people normally say that when they don't know the exact amount of a specific criteria. However, Lyrics wasn't minimalizing anything, he was criticizing Max for how he went about his message. It seems that Spencer just wants people to listen and become her mindless drones to weaponize against an individual who may or may not even be guilty. This is the narrative of, remember, we are the good guys, don't question us, or you are part of the problem. On the 29th of November, Max had gone live again, and if you are thinking, but where is the documentary? Don't worry, because the rest of his audience were thinking the exact same thing. However, in the live stream title, "A New Survivor Speaks Out," we meet Kai, who sounds more like a victim than Spencer, someone who has been traumatized by the actions of another. She sounds even more terrified of even speaking, to the point she sounds like she is crying. However, feeling as if Kai is stealing the spotlight from her, Spencer kept on interrupting, to much of the chat's dismay, with some stating that Spencer has had her say now, "I want to hear Kai out." In the stream, Spencer had revealed Camden's mother and brother's names and their locations to the public in the chat, basically doxing them, which is irresponsible and reckless, considering the harassment Anthony had to deal with. But when told that doxing the family members isn't a good look, Max shows he doesn't care at all, and fixates on it not being doxing. His argument is first names are not doxing, which I would say isn't the case, but considering Max had already doxed Camden's full name to the public with no evidence at all, then the audience can just put Camden's last name and add that to the mother's and brother's first name in order to find and harass them, which is exactly what Max wants. Remember, Max isn't part of an organization or even partnered with one, so he has no grounds to be doing any of this, and can even be brought up in a court case for negligence. At some point, Spencer does go out of her way to implicate herself in Camden's supposed criminal activity, telling Max that she had lured children to Camden, which is a crime. No matter if she had been coerced to do it, she still did it. So if Camden is imprisoned, she will face the consequences as well. However, there is a moment where Max says, "You want to help me out with that?" Which to me seems like that Max doesn't know what Spencer or the other survivors know, almost like he isn't the one pulling the strings here. A convenient point here is that Camden purges everything. Another point someone brings up is that multiple survivors have reported to the police, but yet nothing has come of it, because they had refused to do anything. Which is horrible. Well, at least that's what I would say if that was to be true. As you see, when there was an open investigation regarding Camden from allegations made by Kai, the police report stated that Kai was being manipulative with the detectives who handled her case, and they couldn't find any substantial evidence to pin Camden on. So it wasn't that the police didn't do anything, it was because there was nothing to the case at all. However, to this day, Max has yet to show police reports to back up their claims. Another point that really gives me a bad feeling about Spencer is when she says, and I quote, "No, Camden doesn't know we're talking about him yet, but I hope he finds out." Okay, that is a lot to unpack here. Number one, why would you hope this absolute monster that has victimized hundreds of people, hundreds of minors, as you said before, with children's lives on the stake, as Max has even claimed before, would find out that you are building an entire campaign against him and the cult that supposedly exists? Max has already brought up that he will purge evidence if he fears he will be caught. So from that, he could potentially remove the living evidence, if you get what I mean. That is an incredibly stupid thing to hope for and counters your own campaign. Not to mention it makes you look like a villain rather than a victim. And number two, how does she know that Camden is not watching and documenting everything they are saying? It doesn't add up, which leads me into believing that this isn't what it seems at all. Another point here that makes them all look bad again is, honestly, if he was to panic right now, that would be the easiest way to find him. I doubt that very much would be the case. As we have seen before, getting someone unhinged to panic is probably one of the worst outcomes, as they could resort to murder. That is, if he is what Spencer claims him to be. Kai then says, realistically, he doesn't know how to control his temper, which only reinforces what I just said. The girls in this live stream become giddy and happy at that prospect, which is very suspicious behavior coming from people who claim to be victims and survivors of a past traumatic event. Max also claims that Camden is a very dangerous individual, but he then eggs his audience on to go out and find him, which is very irresponsible when the proper authorities tell the public not to engage with a very dangerous individual and to instead to call them to handle it, as they are more equipped to tackle these type of situations. We then find out that the funds from the Patreon are going directly to fund the case against Camden, and that Spencer will be handling all of the money, which doesn't seem at all very professional of Max. Why would he let Spencer handle the money? Colton then brings on Simpleton, who has voiced his disdain for MamaMax in a past video known as MamaMax 1. Simpleton, now known as Himpleton, asks Max some questions about his past, with the answers being that he befriends people, then hires them, which, as spoken about before, is a manipulation tactic to ensure loyalty. He also answers another question about why he doesn't hunt predators anymore, to which Max slips up here, not immediately stating that he is doing that with the Camden case, but instead tells him that we need to evolve past violence. Colton then asks why Spencer had doxed the mother and brother, and Spencer replies that I was trying to tell them to, not dox the actual address, and they're doxing the wrong one as well, which is another problem. However, Colton sees the mistake she makes and calls her out on her bullshit with, but there is the name too. This forces Spencer to come up with another convenient piece of testimony they chose to hide with the following quote. Well, see, when I was living with him, it was under her roof, and I want to have a conversation with her and explain to her what he did to other people under her roof, because he not only assaulted me under that roof, but he also assaulted Kai under that roof. Max then justifies the actions of Spencer with the ends justify the means with, if we can find the mother and brother, then we can find Camden, so it's worth having their names out there. Which isn't the way, morally and ethically, it should be done. Their names should be given to a party outside of the public view, such as a team of solicitors or lawyers, so they can reach out properly, which is another red flag of lacking empathy and goes to a level that even the most veteran predator hunters dare not go to. Colton then challenges him and the survivors on this, but while he talks, Max can be seen fidgeting around, playing with his microphone, and making gestures to the chat, which shows he doesn't care about the topic and he certainly doesn't care about his own image. If this is the way he treats his friends, then I'm not surprised that the people distance themselves from him after high school, and especially after his Believe or Abuse Us video. Max then claims that Haley and Anthony had doxed him in the previous year, so now releasing a name to the public is doxing. Even though they didn't dox Max because his name had been public knowledge on YouTube since 2011. And at that time of Haley and his exes coming out with their stories, Max had changed his name to Max Striker. The last point of this stream is when Max claims that releasing someone's name to the public may not be collateral damage in finding Camden, and they just don't know as of yet, which I'd argue is a very irresponsible thing to say, as let's remember the harassment and threats made on not just Anthony, but Haley, Sarah, Olivia, and Paulina. On the 8th of December, people had begun to question the idea of the Patreon going directly into Spencer's pocket and not being used to help the other survivors in rebuilding their lives, with the driving force being a Kiwi Farms user finding out that Kai had been begging for money on Facebook so she can afford diapers for her child, when Spencer is supposed to be handling it. This had caused even more outrage within Max's community, and many believe that Max's relationship with Spencer had been a conflict of interest that has been playing the case, because Max and Spencer have known each other for years, it seems, and he is willing to put her needs before any of the other survivors. On the 12th of December, the police report as spoken about before regarding Kai had been found, which casted even more doubts on the story's credibility. Additionally, no evidence such as CP, extortion, or blackmailing had been presented, despite of what Kai had claimed in the previous livestream. It was also revealed that Camden had had sex twice with her prior to that report, and that it had been consensual. But in the podcast, Spencer said it was the complete opposite. On the 16th of December, a Reddit user had posted their findings with Max and Spencer, highlighting the inconsistencies spreading through their content, which casted even more doubt to their credibility. And moving into 2024, the situation that Max and Spencer would find themselves in would be of their own doing, when the commentary community Max had danced around for so long would come for him, and they would be seeking answers from Muta to Xylee, all the way to the John Wick of commentary channels, Nicholas Diorio.
I want you to stay out of the alleys, Tony. Your business there is done, understand? Whatever wild hair you had up your ass about that place is officially plucked.
You slaughtered my men!
I'll let you in on a little secret. They were doing bad things. But relax. I'm through killing your men. Next time, if I see one of your brain-dead thugs so much as spit in the direction of those alleys, I'm gonna come back and pay you a little visit, Tony. And believe me, it won't be as pleasant as the visit I paid your hired cyborg.
On the 5th of January, Max makes a promise not to go live again until he has sufficient evidence to show, and when he has made the documentary. However, that same day, Max had gone live once again, which he had soon privated after the conclusion, but it was one for the ages, when Mutahar had joined the stream to talk about the evidence where Max had tried to shift blame onto him, making it out to be his fault for not contacting him sooner, when Muta had talked to him a month ago. Muta would claim that the evidence was to be insubstantial, and he needed more to construct a timeline of events. The conversation became so heated that Max had to walk away from the argument for a brief moment. Other calls had included Smaggle, Lyrics, Keemstar, and Xylee. During the stream, Twitter DMs had surfaced between Slug, Max's editor, and Anthony, aka Magnetar, where it was revealed that Slug had lied about Anthony being a predator. Max had then continued with this narrative, accusing Anthony of being one without any evidence, only one girl's testimony. But I thought in those letters between the attorney and Max's legal team, there were multiple witnesses, but now there's only one girl. How very odd. Which isn't enough to back up his claims. And considering Max had all this time to show evidence to back up what he claims about Camden and Anthony, I think it is safe to assume he is talking shit. Anthony, after hearing Max accuse him of being a predator for the third time without any evidence, made him feel sick to his stomach. In his own words, he had been shaking all night, fearful of what had come before, and was terrified of another wave of attacks heading his way. But fortunately, that did not happen. However, the real party began when Xylee joined the scene and gave Max everything she had, unloading on him like a machine gun, and like always, Max had stayed quiet. At this point, even his own chat had turned against him, prompting Max to appear like he was quitting YouTube by saying, "You'll probably never see us again," which would be a manipulation tactic in order to garner sympathy at this point, which at this point he deserves absolutely none. After the stream, Max had attempted to intimidate Lyrics into taking his stream down by claiming that one of the victims' names had been in his direct view when she had been a part of the stream and didn't want her name being out there, threatening to contact his manager and strike his video down when it wasn't Lyrics' fault and was Max's own doing. But because Max can't take accountability for anything, in his own mind, it was Lyrics' fault. But if Max truly cared about this situation, he wouldn't have tried to manipulate Lyrics. He would have just simply asked him to edit the video, so the victim's name wouldn't be out there. Max had then gone over to his Patreons to inform them that he had deleted the stream due to his privacy concerns and would be taking a break from posting until everything had been handled legally. Which, that whole thing about privacy concerns is a bit suspicious if you ask me. The same stream where he had been ripped into by multiple commentary channels and told that he was doing a bad job by Muta, he suddenly had privacy concerns. Very suspicious. Almost like it just destroyed his own ego at that point. On the 7th of January, Max begins deleting content from Vimeo in an attempt to cover his own tracks when those of us had been investigating into his fake content. But I'm afraid, Max, you'll need something like the Infinity Gauntlet to make this all disappear. The only thing that had been left was the teaser, "You Can't Hurt Me." I think he believes that no one knows how to download videos. The next day, however, Max had thought about this and started striking archive channels down for re-uploading his content, which is another slimy move in covering his tracks, especially when he claims that you can use whatever of his you like and can even re-upload the videos in order to spread his message. In an attempt to get to the bottom of this, Nicholas DeOrio and Mutahar had gone out of their way to call Max and Spencer for one last conversation, and like always, Nicholas had been recording the call. So I guess you can say that Max had been getting a taste of his own medicine. However, Max continued being manipulative, and the call had lasted for over 2 hours before an infamous moment that destroyed Max's credibility, and Nick had found his smoking gun to put an end to this tyrant. And Max knew he had now made a major miscalculation.
Honestly, the hunting pedos isn't my proudest aspect. The thing I'm proud of is inspiring those who are CSA survivors to fight back. That is my goal.
Have you ever gotten someone arrested?
If I have, then I don't know it.
You went on my podcast to tell me that you've got someone arrested and it was because of your video, just to be clear. Would you like to
I've been
re-answer that
told-
question?
I've been emailed stuff like, "Hey, you got this guy arrested. Congratulations."
You
But I'm
went
not,
on
like-
and you said, this guy was arrested. It was because of me. It was because of my video. And you told me that 2 years ago.
It's kind of egotistical of me to say that it was my video that did it. I don't know that for sure.
But then you said recently that he fled to the Philippines. So was Sonny ever arrested? Pablo Sonny? Did that ever even happen?
Yes, he did. All we know is that his last location we picked him up from was Mexico. Whether he fled to the Philippines or not, we don't know. We just know he has family there, and that's the most likely destination they would go to, just because.
But he was in, like, so he was arrested. That was.
Pablo Sonny? I don't think so. I think he got away.
Dude, what the
If he
fuck?
was Yeah, if he was arrested, I have no idea.
Why did you tell me he was arrested? You said Pablo Sonny was arrested and my video did it. Why did you lie to me on my show?
Do you have a clip of that?
Yes. It's in something
Yeah,
I've been
find it.
currently editing.
What is your primary goal? Is that then? There's no. What's your other?
Well, I guess the question is like the next getting at is like, okay, so you want to enact this change. What do you hope is the eventual result of your video?
Okay.
Of all of this.
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody. And it
was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because
Okay.
of the video.
All right.
The video was about IMVU and this one predator. I made it about him and him alone.
IMVU is a game, right? You played the game and you exposed this guy.
Yes.
Do you mind walking me through the chain of events that led from your video to him being in prison?
Yeah, so I dropped the video. The end of the video is a call to action. Usually all my videos are a call to action, like find him, and we did.
So in this case, find him meant like you didn't know who he was. You wanted his doc so he could go to jail.
All we had was his face and his voice.
Right.
And out of that, I said find him, and then within 24 hours, we found him. And then I started social engineering all of his friends to give me his information, and they did. And then we pegged him. He fled to Mexico. We found where he was in Mexico.
Wow.
I don't know if the police. He was from Canada, so I don't know if the police asked him to
As
come
all
back.
terrible people are.
Mhm. I don't know if the police asked him to come back, or he went on his own volition, or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time.
So you lied.
So that was what I was told through Instagram posts when I was in contact with his friends.
You didn't remember that until I showed you the clip? You didn't remember that, like, this is your biggest crown achievement, that you got a pedophile arrested?
I didn't remember the details, no. I just remember he fled to Mexico. All the police custody shit, that was only shit I was told. I couldn't verify any of that.
So you just got on stream and told everybody it was me, I did it, MamaMax, #1.
Yeah, that's not cool. You can let people know I think that.
See, remember when I said that Max had made the biggest mistake of his career back with Pick a Side YouTube? Well, Max had claimed that his video, the IMVU video, had been the sole reason Pablo Sonny had been arrested. But that was never the case at all. There was never a hacking team hunting predators down. Max had manipulated his entire community into believing that Max empowers and protects children and CSA survivors. And now, it is completely out there for everyone to see. The mask had truly been lifted. In an attempt to beat Nick and Mutahar out to the punch, Max had constructed a poorly and rushed apology video titled Taking Accountability, which had been anything but that. But the only apology that had been present was to Charlie, which I would argue that Max owes a lot more apologies than just to Charlie. For instance, he owes Anthony a major apology. He owes Corb's husband an apology, and everyone he has manipulated an apology. Max in this video then makes a last-ditch effort to make a call to action against Camden before ending the video hugging what is presumed to be his significant other, which is another attempt to garner sympathy, but I also see his facial expressions to be ones of fear, as he knows that both Mutahar and Nick are titans in the commentary space. Forces of nature in the commentary community, if you will. And I couldn't pick two better people to take down this manipulative tyrant. On the 17th of January, Nicholas DiOrio had uploaded MamaMax lied about everything, where the call had been leaked, and now everyone knew the truth that MamaMax had lied to his audience for years about being a predator hunter, and all he really was a con artist profiting off of the idea of him hunting down those that would bring harm to children. However, this is only the surface level of Max's sins. The next day, Mutahar had uploaded MamaMax is a complete fraud, where Nick's video destroys Max's character, Mutahar's destroys his persona, and both videos shed light on the tragedy of Anthony Field, having his life ruined because he, Haley, Olivia, Lucy, and Sarah wanted to spread awareness about Max's manipulative ways, ultimately to warn the community by sharing their stories and experiences, and now we can see what they had been trying to tell us all along. Unfortunately, that's not where the story ends, as like a cockroach, Max continues to survive and fester within the shadows, within the floorboards as it were, using the victims to shield himself. However, in a strange twist of events, Max then goes on the attack by threatening to sue Mutahar for $1 million. Because he had apparently breached the terms for the NDA Musa had signed, even though those aren't even legally binding at this point. You can clearly tell that Max never cared about Mutahar. However, it is safe to assume that Max will never be taken seriously ever again now, as he continues to become even more deranged and unhinged as time progresses. As time has progressed, even more things have been brought to the light. From Max deleting most of his recent videos, such as his apology video, his brainwashing your favorite influencers video, and not only that, but he has now brought back all of his unlisted videos for everyone to see when visiting the video tab for what seems like an unknown reason. And now we come to the present day, where there have been even more leaks, and other supporters have since come forward with them disavowing Max and his cult of survivors. Leaks of screenshots have since risen up, with no admissions of the allegations that Spencer had been spreading. A video since had been leaked as well that shows Spencer saying how she will break Camden's fingers, with him saying, "Haven't you done that already?" And Spencer replies, "Yes, and I'll do it again." Not only this, but Slug, Max's former editor, had leaked a video of cut content in the making of his response to Charlie's absence back in November, where Max claims to be joking, but as unhinged as he is, or as he has been getting recently, I don't believe it to be sincere. One notable moment that has been getting under everyone's skin is when he says, "You know what, I could cancel you, Charlie. I could literally cancel you, but I choose not to." Which sounds like Max the pedo hunter was saying that I could do to you what I did to Magnetar, which to me sounds like an admission. On the 23rd of January, Red Pagan Network, one of Max's supporters, has recently come forward and disavowed Max and Spencer in a video titled "I Disavow MamaMax," where she says that she has since disavowed him and apologizes to Mutahar and others involved, where she says that he is a complete monster, worse than Chris Hansen, where the alleged victims of Camden had felt so hurt by Max that they had threatened self-harm and suicide. Red Pagan also goes into Max duping these survivors, manipulating them to further his own ends, and that these people had been victimized by Camden, but not only by him, but by Spencer as well, after speaking to someone who had tried to get these victims help. Red Pagan confirms the work Max has been doing is a lie, that Max was cold and dismissive with everybody in that server. All of this had woken her up to the real truth of who MamaMax really is. Since hearing of other victims coming out with their stories of Max's manipulation tactics, behavior, and life-shattering accusations bestowed onto them, Anthony, aka Magnetar, has now decided to reopen a case against Max within a court of law in order to face some real accountability for his actions. And to that, I wish Anthony the best of luck. But if anyone has any money to spare, then I implore you to help those who had their lives ruined and scarred by Max and his deceptive and vile abusive ways. I will also be donating some money to help fight this cause as soon as it is possible for me to do so, as this is something I utmost desire to see come into a reality. A possibility for Max to face justice within a court of law with permanent consequences for his own actions. And to you, Max. The situation you find yourself in is of your own doing. You have turned friends against each other. You have manipulated those you deem to be weak for your own personal gain, faking content to farm gold on Patreon, weaponizing your audience against those from your past who only wished to prevent such a catastrophe from escalating to this degree. You have intimidated others for the pettiest of reasons, but it is now you who will run scared. You have even subjected these survivors into being humiliated on the internet because of your egotistical theatrics. You have gone out of your way to present fiction as fact, to bring great danger and harm to others who may disagree with your methods. The greatest humiliation, however, is of your own, as time had been on your side, but your obsession to be the pedo hunter would not let you wait. Instead of saving those you claimed to protect, you shamed them across the internet. You have failed them, and now yourself. The signs were clear, Max. You were warned, and now their salvation is out of your hands. Through Max's personal crusade, he has victimized Anthony and Haley through his negligence and manipulation tactics to twist the truth, and he has turned their lives upside down with his charades, even invalidating the trauma of Haley and his ex-partners to maintain his image and income. Never did Max tell his audience not to harass these people on his behalf, and he proactively supported people in doing so. He had sent out messages that could potentially implicate himself in crimes of murder and other criminal activity in his videos, and he has accused people of crimes with no evidence, burning people with his lies and deceit. If there was ever a reason to deplatform someone, this has got to be it. Max has even exhibited criminal activity from accusing people with no evidence, all the way to conspiracy to commit murder, to impersonating a law firm. In the making of this video, I always had the thought that Max had been suffering from mental illnesses and a narcissistic personality disorder, but from everything I have documented, I believe him to be a truly, completely evil and devious individual who couldn't grasp the difference of being famous and infamous. I would like to commend two people, however, with those being Tommy C, a commentary channel who had continued to speak out against MamaMax long after being accused by him of being a pedophile sympathizer, and Simpleton, now known as Himpleton, who had made two long-form video essays about MamaMax's history speaking out against him, with both of them being CSA survivors themselves, all the while being at the forefront of MamaMax's brutal and abusive assault on them and their characters.
Connection terminated.
MamaMax will always be remembered for being a wolf in the shepherd's skin, a predator, not of children, but the community, becoming infamous for scamming his audience out of their money, manipulating them into believing they had been supporting a good cause, when all they had been doing was lining his pockets and giving him a quick route to becoming successful. To the victims of Max, I hope the memory of this trauma he has given onto you can finally begin to fade away, as the agony of every tragedy should. And to those who still support the monster within the shadows, be still and give up the fight. It isn't yours to bear anymore. For most of the community, I think there is perhaps peace and more after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, Max, the darkest pit of the eternal abyss has opened up, ready to swallow you whole. So don't keep the Leviathan waiting any longer. Thank you for watching this video. I know it must have been quite the ride for most of you, but I hope you have found the journey into the darkness enlightening. If you did, then a like and a comment would be very much appreciated. Sign up to join the British Alliance today by hitting that subscribe button. Ring in the notification bell to stay up to date with the channel. A special thank you goes to my channel members for their extra support, which is always appreciated even more so. And I shall see all of you among the cosmos, and be sure to leave this video having a good one. Right, time to get started on a members video.